Chapter 1679. It turns out that Chunbo has always been an idiot. I used to be an idiot too. Unfortunately, I forgot about it later on. I've completely forgotten about it. Fortunately, I've remembered it now. Although it's a lot late, I've finally remembered it. If there's a next life, I won't make such a stupid mistake again. Dear brothers, if there's anyone who's still alive to see our fathers, kowtow for me, and also kowtow for Chuanbua. This way, Xiao Chun, you will have one less regret. Xiao Chen, you shouted, brothers, follow me and fight to the death. Fight to the death. Kill. Revenge. Killing one is enough. Killing one more is worth it. Haha, these are law enforcement officers. Normally, I don't even dare to look at them. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to kill a few of them today. Must I kill a few more? Ref equals HP // Legiwoto, RGE equals Legiwoto greater than sign novel chapters are updated the fastest. BR/and G. There were bursts of wild laughter, sorrowful cries, and tragic cries. Hundreds of thousands of men of the martial world followed behind Xiao Chenyu. Like a huge arrow, they rushed towards the incoming law enforcement officers. Kill. Both sides let out deafening roars at the same time, causing the entire world to tremble. Then, both sides collided with each other like two meteors. This was only the first wave, but blood and flesh were already everywhere. Now, the battle has begun. Shall we go and take a look? Although it was a negotiating tone, Diwu Qingro stood up in the inn. Although it was important to protect Chu Yang and the others, Diwu Qingro didn't want to miss this battle. Without Diwu Qingro, the allied forces of the clans would collapse even sooner. Ling Muyang said, don't worry. I'll stay here to protect them. I won't let anyone have the chance to disturb them. Diwu Qingro said, okay. Motianji can't come out now. I have to go to the front and watch. When Chu Yang and the others come out and ask about the situation, I'll explain it to them. After saying that, he smiled. He walked away. Han Shui, take a few people and escort Patriarch Diwu to the top of the city wall. Remember, you must not allow any mishaps to happen to him. This is the first condition. Ling Muyang immediately ordered. Ling Han Shui agreed and immediately set out, leading a dozen or so experts of the Ling clan to fly away. Yu Ling Shui came out quietly. Looking at everyone's back view, his face was filled with heartfelt praise. This Diwu Qingro is not bad. Ling Muyang nodded and said, yes, the most pleasing thing to look at is that this person is always doing what he is supposed to do, and he is always able to do it. Where is he supposed to be? Knowing when to advance and when to retreat, it's really hard to come by. Yu Ling Shui chuckled. That's right. The most valuable thing was that he was very clear about ZJ's position. With Tribulation Swordmaster and Tribulation Brain Tank, he would be able to do whatever he wanted with Tribulation Swordmaster and Tribulation Brain Tank. There is a huge difference between being an enemy and being a friend, but he was always sober. This is extremely rare. Ling Muyang blinked and said, Master, you think so highly of this person. Could it be? Yu Ling Shui shook his head. He couldn't help but laugh. There is no point in talking about this now. The demon tribulation is now wreaking havoc on the world, and the outcome is unknown. Survival is unknown. It's useless to think too much about these things. The two of them smiled at each other at the same time. At this moment, on the battlefield, especially in the pouring rain, Xiao Qinyu took the lead. His long sword was like the wind. He roared as he took the lead and charged into the enemy's ranks. He didn't stop at all along the way. Around his body, at least several hundred people fell down as if he was cutting wheat. It only took a moment for him to do so. Left palm and right sword, unusually strong. As the sword light flashed, his left palm suddenly made a circle in the air, shook, and struck. The rain in the sky suddenly stopped. Then, countless bean-sized raindrops flew out along with the wind from his palm in the form of a rain of flowers. Under the vigorous force of his palm, these raindrops were as if they were made of steel. They were very powerful. Once they landed on people's bodies, transparent blood holes would appear on their bodies. With a single palm strike, millions of raindrops flew out at the same time. In an instant, more than 200 people fell to the ground. Almost everyone's body was like a sieve, with blood lines as thick as soybeans spurting out in all directions. Screams, groans, and curses were heard. Xiao Qinyu chuckled and sent out another palm strike. Screams were heard in an instant, especially those who were seriously injured but not dead because of the raindrops. They rolled back and forth on the ground, but were constantly stepped on by their companions or enemies. The screams became more and more shrill. With Xiao Qinyu's profound cultivation as a supreme martial artist, he could use the rainwater to deal with these law enforcers who were mostly not even supreme martial artists. It was really invincible and easy for him to destroy them. He charged left and right with an unstoppable force, like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. Behind him, the remaining hundreds of Shao clan experts and many people of the pugilistic world in the capital city could not help but be shocked when they saw this situation. They shouted and charged forward. How many people have come from Xiao Qinyu's side this time? The Dharma Supreme and Ping Xiaoyun sat opposite each other with a chessboard between them. Above their heads was a huge umbrella. Raindrops fell on the umbrella, splashing up countless raindrops, which were then shattered by the raindrops. Opposite them, Ping Xiaoyun's face was very ugly and extremely pale. He did not say a word, playing the game like a machine. The one who replied was an 8th-grade supreme martial artist who was watching the battlefield closely from the other side. This person spoke very quickly and clearly. Lord Dharma Supreme, Xiao Qinyu's side has sent out a total of 103,400 people this time. That's not right. Just a moment ago, another batch of reinforcements rushed out. The total number of reinforcements is more than 400,000. The new batch of reinforcements that rushed out was Yi Chanshan, worried that Xiao Qinyu would be defeated by such a strong attack. So he sent out a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist from the clan to lead a large number of pugilistic world experts gathered at the North Gate to provide support. The number of reinforcements that were assigned to Xiao Qinyu back then was already 500,000. However, after Xiao Qinyu took the lead and rushed out, the several hundred people behind him stopped for some reason. When they stopped, the people behind them didn't know why and also stopped. In this way, there was a gap. Therefore, the first wave of troops that followed Xiao Qinyu out to battle only had 100,000 people. Seeing this, Yi Chanshan flew into a rage. He immediately sent people to kill the hundreds of people who stopped at the North Gate. Then, he sent out experts to lead the rest of the reinforcements to rush out. It was just that this so-called backup team was in a complete mess and had no order at all. As they attacked, there were actually people who kept slipping away. Thus, they were killed along the way. When they rushed over 50 miles and reached the battlefield where the two sides were fighting, they did not encounter any enemies along the way. Just the number of deserters that were killed alone was already in the thousands. On top of the city wall, everyone's expression was very ugly. Not only was this battle not optimistic, it was almost impossible to continue fighting. Although Xiao Yuqin's strong attack and temporary advantage boosted the morale of the army, the lack of reinforcements completely exposed the weakness of their side. Before the battle even started, the number of people who died at the hands of the enemy was already 1 in 100. And this was a battle that was going well. Once they lost, wouldn't they be defeated immediately? White light flashed, and an icy aura instantly came over. Without turning back, Yi Chanshan and the rest knew that the people from the Ling clan had come. Only the Ling clan could carry such an icy aura around them. Apart from them, Diwu Qingru had also rushed over. In the distance, the people from the Diwu clan were rushing over in the rain. The moment he saw the battle situation, Diwu Qingru's expression turned ugly. A motley crew. All of them are a motley crew. Diwu Qingru sighed repeatedly. With such a disorderly attack, what was the use even if they had more people than the enemy by several times? At the borders of the battle, corpses were strewn everywhere. Thousands of people died an unnatural death. There were even people who had not made a single move and could not even see what the enemy looked like. On the other hand, although the law enforcement team could not be said to be well-disciplined and well-trained, at least they had a certain level of discipline. How could this be called a battle? They were simply courting death. If Diwu Qingru was in command of the law enforcement team, he was absolutely confident that he could perfectly annihilate this motley crew with 3 times the number of troops. In fact, there might not even be too many casualties. the battle results would definitely be glorious. Lord Dharma Supreme, the enemy has no less than 400,000 troops, while we only have 100,000 troops. There is a huge disparity between the two sides. Shouldn't we send reinforcements? That 8th grade supreme martial artist was sweating a little. If the battle really went on like this, the Dharma Supreme would not allow anyone to command the battle on the spot. They could only fight based on the intuition of the people on the battlefield. Furthermore, their numbers were far less than the enemy's. Although the enemy's casualties were much more than their own, it was still a huge loss. What you said makes sense too. Then send another 240,000 troops. Let them have a fair battle and see who the final victory belongs to, the Dharma Supreme said without raising his head. Who will be in charge of commanding this battle? That 8th grade supreme martial artist asked awkwardly. Command? Why do we need to command? The Dharma Supreme's face darkened. He said coldly, the enemy is already commanding on the spot. Are we, the law enforcement officers, supposed to be commanding on the spot? That 8th grade supreme martial artist was stunned. Chapter 1680. Remember this for a second. But, no buts. In the end, they won this battle. Those who came back alive would be the backbone of the law enforcers in the future. They would gather together individually. As for those who die, they will naturally be washed away by the waves. There's no need to say more. The Dharma Supreme made his decision. The Dharma Supreme's argument sounded right, but was wrong. Although what the Dharma Supreme said was reasonable, it was only suitable for the law enforcement officers to carry out their daily duties and not the current situation. The current situation was different from a typical fight in the pugilistic world, but it was also different from a normal confrontation between two armies. This was because the participants from both sides were a special army formed by large numbers of martial artists. Such an army actually needed a wise and far-sighted commander. Martial artists were superior to ordinary soldiers because they had far more energy, martial arts, and powerful combat power than ordinary soldiers, and even vitality that was not easy to die. However, martial artists were inferior to ordinary soldiers because they were arrogant and refused to obey the orders of their superiors. This was the biggest taboo of military strategists. Soldiers who did not listen to orders were like a sheet of loose sand. They could still be used if the battle went smoothly, but once they lost, they would easily be defeated. This was the case for the Allied army of the aristocratic families. Although the law enforcement officers were in a slightly better situation, once they lost, the outcome would not be much better either. The Dharma Supreme's actions were equivalent to planting a super time bomb that would explode at any time. Under the Dharma Supreme's arbitrary actions, no one among the law enforcement officers could argue with him. Therefore, the battle situation was arranged as if it was child's play. However, the Dharma Supreme obviously did not care at all. After he finished speaking, he did not talk about this matter anymore. Only the faint black fog around him suddenly rose, and he asked thoughtfully, "Did the Tribulation Sword Master and his tribulation appear in this battle?" They did not participate in the battle. There were no spectators on the city wall either. The Dharma Supreme's eyes looked thoughtful. Then, he picked up the chess piece in his right hand and said calmly, "If the Tribulation Sword Master appears, tell me immediately." The reinforcements from the law enforcement officers entered the battlefield and joined the battle. The situation on the battlefield became more and more intense. Every moment, thousands of lives were lost. However, all the spectators on the city wall were confused and did not know what was going on. In particular, Diwu Qingru was the most unbearable. He was completely flabbergasted. His usual calmness was completely gone. Could a war be fought this way? The Dharma Supreme was crazy? Could it be that even his brain had gone haywire? How could such a thing happen? When the reinforcements of the enforcers entered the battlefield, the enforcers' morale immediately soared. This was not bad, but it was also natural. Xiao Qinyu and the others had already fallen into a trap. The situation could be said to be precarious. This was not bad, and it was only natural. The reason for this outcome was, of course, because of the reinforcements, but also because the law enforcers' military quality was much better than the aristocratic Allied armies, and they had a set of rules. However, Everyone could clearly feel that if the law enforcers had fought well in the previous battle, the entire team would be thrown into chaos when the reinforcements arrived. The number of people increased, but the formation was gone. Their battle prowess actually decreased instead of increasing. In the end, the members of the team were all martial artists. In the end, they weren't a truly well-trained army. As the battle dragged on, everyone's ferocious nature completely erupted. Everyone fought their own battles, and the entire battlefield turned into a pot of porridge. Or perhaps it should be said that they were made up of all kinds of martial artists, cultivators of all levels, and experts of all levels. Previously, a law enforcer was still cooperating closely with his comrade in arms. They covered each other's backs and charged left and right. However, when the reinforcements arrived, the two of them were forced apart. Then, when they met the enemy again, they were fighting their own battles. When the people around them were in danger, they didn't care at all. They only cared about their own safety. They watched as their comrade in arms were hacked to death and chopped into meat paste. However, they were still indifferent. They were still fighting fiercely and didn't lend a helping hand at all. Such situations were everywhere. It wasn't new at all. The heavy rain continued to fall, and the battle still didn't have any intention of stopping. The people on top of the city wall surged as they watched this seemingly intense, but actually very strange battle. In the distance, the enforcers were also biding their time. They didn't take any follow-up actions. The rainwater on the ground gradually accumulated until it reached their ankles. What was on the ground was not only rainwater, but also blood. In fact, most of it was blood. As far as the eye could see, it was like a bright red ocean. This was also because this place was closer to the river, and the water was discharged relatively quickly. Otherwise, these people might have drowned before the battle was over. Diwu Qingru also couldn't understand why the Dharma Supreme chose to start the battle in such a disadvantageous place for both sides. Such a battle mode and such a battle strategy weren't something that a wise man would do. Even from any angle, it was hard to understand. Any commander with a bit of intelligence wouldn't make such a mistake. Why would the Dharma Supreme do this? Diwu Qingru was extremely troubled. Yi Chunshin had already asked a few times. Clanmaster Diwu, how should we adjust the current situation? Diwu Qingru couldn't answer this simple question at all. The place in front of them was very big, but also very bad. It was bad for both sides. It was even worse for the enforcers, because the enforcers were completely unprotected and were drenched in the heavy rain. Their side was still in the city. At least they had a place to block the rain. Although this place was big, it could only accommodate a few 100,000 people at most. If there were more people, it would probably be even more chaotic. And it couldn't be used. The Dharma Supreme chose this place as the battlefield and made it clear that it was a fair battle. This was to prevent people like Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji from interfering. Once you interfere, I'll take command. Anyway, the enforcers had the advantage. Once someone gave precise command, the ones who would die the fastest would be the people in the capital. In that aspect, the enforcers could be more effectively protected. Because their martial strength was high to begin with, Diwu Qingru shook his head dejectedly. Faced with such a situation, he was really helpless. There's really no good way. The Dharma Supreme is waiting for us to give command. Once we participate, the enforcers have a strict hierarchy to begin with. If everyone participates in the command, we'll be at a greater disadvantage. It's better to have such a chaotic battle where we can reap more benefits and kill more of the enemy's forces. Yi Chunshin sighed sadly. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see such a situation? He only asked Diwu Qingru for confirmation. If Diwu Qingru really had a way, he wouldn't believe it. The number of people on both sides of the battlefield was decreasing rapidly. The capital was surrounded by mountains on all sides, especially at the north gate. It was as if everyone was fighting in a huge basin. A total of 700,000 to 800,000 people were fighting. The area occupied was so huge that it stretched for hundreds of miles. Quite a number of people were at the outermost periphery, close to the foot of the mountain. Often, as they fought, both sides would scream and flee. Run outside. The situation now was really too terrifying. If there was a chance, run. As long as they could get out of the capital's area, they would be able to escape. As long as they could get over this mountain that was close at hand, they would already be out of the capital's area. Since that was the case, what were they waiting for? Therefore, the people at the outermost periphery started to disperse in batches. Regardless of whether they were law enforcement officers or martial artists, they all shared the same thoughts and principles. Unfortunately, without exception, those who had such thoughts were all killed by the enforcers' experts who had been waiting at the outermost periphery long ago, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. If these people who were waiting outside were to charge into the battlefield, they would definitely be a surprise force. They could even completely lock down the battle situation in an extremely short period of time. However, after these people finished killing, they quietly retreated. It was as if they didn't care about anything else on the battlefield. Of course, such a situation was not seen by the people at the top of the city wall. Firstly, the distance was too far. Secondly, the heavy rain obscured their vision. They could not see anything at all. Unknowingly, a morning had passed just like that. The number of people on both sides had increased to 300,000 to 400,000. The troops led by Xiao Qinyu had already been surrounded by the enforcers. They were surrounded in a huge encirclement, surrounded by enemies all around them. Fighting with all their might had become the only thing they could do at this moment. There were still more than 200,000 people on the enforcers' side, while there were less than 100,000 people on Xiao Qinyu's side. Victory and defeat had been decided. However, both sides had no intention of stopping, not even the slightest bit. 400,000 against 400,000, a fair battle. The Dharma Supreme's voice was mixed with a kind of indifference and a hint of mockery. This voice instantly penetrated the heavy rain and reverberated in the air. Everyone heard it clearly. The mockery in this sentence was like a knife, directly stabbing into Xiao Qinyu's chest. Xiao Qinyu had long been prepared to die in this battle. He had never intended to return alive. 400,000 against 400,000. His side had suffered a crushing defeat, and his men were wiped out. On the other hand, the other side still had close to half of their combat power. Xiao Qinyu could not afford to lose face like this. Upon hearing the Dharma Supreme's words, which were full of humiliation, Xiao Qinyu suddenly leaped into the air, bathed in blood. He shouted desperately, "No one is allowed to retreat. No one is allowed to come and help. A man's life should be like this battle." A bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in midair, illuminating Xiao Qinyu's leaping figure so clearly that even the slightest detail could be seen. At this moment, Xiao Qinyu was bathed in blood. Even his face was already covered in blood. His body was full of wounds, and fresh blood was dripping down. On the top of the city wall, Yi Qianxian, who was about to give the order for reinforcements, had just opened his mouth when he suddenly became tongue-tied and stunned. He only felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He knew that since Xiao Qinyu had said this, it meant that he had already made up his mind and did not intend to come back alive. He understood Xiao Qinyu's meaning and also his choice. Even if he could barely escape back with his extraordinary cultivation, in the face of the enforcer's combat power, it was only a matter of time before he died. Moreover, this escape would even damage his reputation. His reputation of 10,000 years would be shamed overnight. Chapter 1681. Since he was going to die sooner or later, what harm was there in dying a little earlier? Anyway, the entire Xiao clan had already been destroyed. Xiao Qinyu was also extremely heartbroken that he had forced Li Chuanbua to his death with his own hands. He was even more ashamed to face his elders. Since that was the case, so be it if he died. He deserved to die in the first place. The top of the city wall suddenly fell into an abnormal silence. Yi Qianxian suddenly lost his composure and tears flowed down his face. Xiao Qinyu had already landed on the ground. He fell into the crowd as though he had gone crazy. Screams of agony followed. The surroundings were silent and solemn. The number of people around Xiao Qinyu was decreasing rapidly. The high-level supreme martial artists of the law enforcement officers were all surrounding him. The pressure on Xiao Qinyu was also increasing correspondingly. However, no matter who the opponent was, as long as they exchanged blows for a moment, he would retreat immediately after sensing that the opponent was not weak and would specifically choose a place with more people to attack. Even if he was destined to die, he would do his best to kill as many people as he could and earn as many people as he could. Even though he was destined to suffer losses, it was better to suffer less losses. Xiao Qinyu didn't care about the consequences and didn't care about the losses. Everywhere he went, there were miserable screams. Countless heads were sent flying, and severed limbs were also flying all over the sky. A low-grade supreme martial artist deliberately avoided the battle. Even experts of the same grade could not do anything about it. They could not stop him at all. The high-level supreme martial artists of the law enforcement officers gritted their teeth and gave up on surrounding Xiao Qinyu. They turned and plunged into the crowd. Didn't you want to avoid the battle? Didn't you go around rescuing people? Didn't you want to kill people? All right, let's see who can kill more and who can kill faster. When you are the only one left, can you still avoid the battle? Can you still not fight? For a moment, the battle situation suddenly changed. 3 low-grade supreme martial artists and 7 to 8 8th-grade supreme martial artists of the law enforcement officers attacked at the same time. However, their opponents were just a group of people who were like ants to them. The situation took a sudden turn and changed drastically in an instant. One by one, they came and went as fast as lightning. However, behind them, heads were flying and their brains were splattered everywhere. One by one, they were chopped into 2. There were even more. His body was smashed into pieces and his bones turned into a bloody mist. The people on Xiao Qinyu's side were already in a weak defensive position. Now that they suddenly had to face such a one-sided massacre that they had no ability to resist, it was one disaster after another. The remaining people were also rapidly decreasing. None of the 200,000 law enforcement officers were idle. Even if everyone on Xiao Qinyu's side fought with their lives on the line and dared to die, but sometimes, in the face of absolute strength, even if they fought with their lives on the line, it was useless. Even if you wanted to fight with your life on the line, you must have the leeway to do so. Some people were already scared out of their wits and wanted to surrender. However, it was the same whether he said the words of surrender or not. Even if he threw away his sword and knelt on the ground, what greeted him was still a shining steel sword. Because the Dharma Supreme had said, "Don't take prisoners, kill them all." Surrender was not accepted. The sounds of fighting on the battlefield suddenly rose to the peak, and then began to fall gradually. At first, there were dead bodies everywhere, but now, screams could only be heard every once in a while. They were scattered everywhere. Xiao Qinyu stood at the most central position of the battle formation, holding his sword horizontally. At this point in the battle, by his side, there was no one else who was on his side anymore. The whole army was wiped out. A battle of hundreds of thousands of people. It was like slaughtering a pig or a dog together. Perhaps it was even faster. After all, when slaughtering pigs and dogs, one still had to deal with the corpses, internal organs, and blood. But when it came to killing people, there was no need for such scruples at all. At Xiao Qinyu's feet, there were corpses everywhere, piled up layer after layer. The bottom 2 layers were completely soaked in the rain. There were also many corpses that had been trampled to pieces in the battle, but now, no one cared about this anymore. Even the pouring rain couldn't take away the strong smell of blood that was almost condensed into a solid substance. Even the air seemed to have become sticky because of it. Xiao Qinyu's hair was constantly dripping with rain. His shoulders, arms, chest, thighs, and calves. There were wounds everywhere, and most of the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. His body and his legs were all slightly trembling uncontrollably. In such an intense battle, this middle-grade supreme being's protective energy had long been completely depleted. After almost an entire day of continuous fighting, Xiao Qinyu also felt that he had already reached the edge of a lamp that had run out of oil. But he unexpectedly discovered that his spirit was actually unprecedentedly full. He was obviously about to die, but his spirit was unusually excited. This was something that hadn't happened in nearly 1,000 years. Even when he looked back on his life, it was extremely rare to be so excited. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Qinyu stood tall in the air, facing countless strong enemies around him. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. He laughed very arrogantly and carefreely, and the sword in his hand trembled violently with his laughter. He looked up to the sky and laughed, allowing the pouring rain to fall into his mouth, and he swallowed it just like that. What are you laughing at? On the opposite side, a middle-grade supreme martial artist looked at Xiao Chenyu with some pity, but deep in his eyes, there was a faint black flame flickering. Demonic aura. Xiao Chenyu didn't discover anything strange about this person. Or, even if he did, he already didn't care at this moment. I'm laughing. I've been in a daze for a generation, and I've finally felt satisfied today. Xiao Chenyu laughed heartily. It's a pity that life can't be restarted, but it's also good to understand at the last moment. Ha ha ha, it's also good. Hearing this, everyone on the opposite side was a little confused. They completely didn't know what Xiao Chenyu was talking about. But Yi Chanshin and the others on the city wall, especially the ancestors of the big clans, all felt a little touched in their hearts. Xiao Chenyu's words were very general, but they really spoke to the bottom of their hearts. Was life like this? The closer one was to the point of no return, the more one would feel the beauty of life that one had abandoned. The more one casually gave up on people or things, the more one would cherish the most, and the more one should cherish the most. It usually revolved around you, and when you needed it, it would come. When you didn't need it, it would still be there. You didn't care, and when it finally disappeared one day, you would still feel indifferent. Everything passed by peacefully just like that. But when you reached a certain point in time, you would suddenly realize that the most precious thing in life, the most worthy thing to cherish, was actually those wisps of indifference, and you had already lost them long ago. You would never be able to have them again. Even when you wanted to think of them, you would realize that even the slightest trace of them was gone. The regret at that time, at that moment, was truly too late for regrets. All the regrets were in Xiao Chenyu's one sentence. It's a pity that life can't be restarted. Xiao Chenyu laughed loudly, but tears slowly flowed down his cheeks, and he sobbed. No one knew what exactly he was thinking at this moment, and there was no way to guess either. When I was young, I burned incense generously. When I was young, I roamed the pugilistic world in my youth. When I toasted with you several times, I also cried to ease the sea of sorrow. When the wind and frost washed away our sworn brotherhood, glory and splendor wore away our heroic spirit. Our lifelong friendship ended like flowing water, and when we grew old, we met swords and flesh. Today, I look up to the sky and sigh, brother, I only regret that life can't be restarted. Ha 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 ha. Li Chuanbua, did you see Xiao Chenyu's ending today? Have you calmed down, brother? Ha ha ha. Xiao Chenyu laughed loudly just like that, looking at the sky with tears flowing down his cheeks. Through his tears, it was as if Li Chuanbua's figure slowly appeared in that void. His eyes were still warm as he looked at Xiao Chenyu, revealing a sincere smile. Second brother Xiao. Ha, brother. Xiao Chenyu laughed loudly in surprise. I'm here. With a loud roar, he used his body to control the sword, using his spirit to control the sword. With a swoosh, he turned into the most dazzling bolt of lightning in the storm, and then exploded into the most resonant thunder in the sky. Boom! A low-grade supreme martial artist, Xiao Chenyu, self-destructed. The entire capital city shook violently because of this explosion. Outside the city, the place where Xiao Chenyu had self-destructed was cleared of an empty space with a radius of dozens of miles. It was a ghastly sight. The three 8th-grade supreme martial artists, who were at the center of the explosion, also turned into smoke because of this. Only those few low-grade supreme martial artists were still considered to have reacted in time. They retreated at the last moment and were lucky enough to escape. They were only injured by the aftershocks of the explosion, and their eyes were still filled with lingering fear. More than 10,000 people lost their lives in this explosion. There was a sudden stagnation in the air. Even the heavy downpour seemed to have paused for a moment before it started to fall again. On the city wall, Yi Chanshin raised his head and roared. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he suddenly burst into tears. Chou's face was full of pain and sorrow. Tears streamed down his face as he murmured, Today, I look up to the sky and sigh, brother. I only regret that I can't go back in time. Second brother Xiao, if Chuanbua knew that you were here today, even if he was in the spring, He would also raise his cup with a smile. He shouted and suddenly burst into tears. Second brother Xiao, if there's a next life, let's be good brothers. Zhuge Sangqiong's body trembled. Tears streamed down his face, and his eyes were glazed over. As if in a daze, he murmured, "Today, I look up to the sky and sigh, brother. I only regret that I can't go back in time." Her. Diwu Qingru sighed silently in his heart. Xiao Chunyu, this person, was finally dead. However, his life was really extremely complicated. It actually made one feel like they couldn't comment on it. Today, I look up to the sky and sigh, brother. I only regret that I can't go back in time. Since ancient times, how many regrets had there been? Why did he only realize this when he was on the brink of death? Why? On the other side, the Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed fiercely. He murmured, "Today, I look up to the sky and sigh, brother. I only regret that I can't go back in time." Suddenly, he took a deep breath, his eyes full of viciousness. Chapter 1682. Since my life has already reached such a stage, why do I still want to be a bird in this fucking life? To hell with it. To hell with it. Go to hell. The Dharma Supreme cursed in his heart, but he felt a sudden pain in his heart. Then, he stood up abruptly, his face cold and stern. The law enforcement officers around had followed the Dharma Supreme for 10,000 years, but they had never seen the Dharma Supreme's emotions become so violent in an instant. The destructive aura that surrounded his entire body was so crazy and shocking. It was just that this craziness was filled with a heart-wrenching feeling. Xiao Qinyu is dead. This time, the Xiao clan is completely finished. If another big clan is destroyed, how many clans are left? In the Yi clan, Ling clan, Cheng clan, Shi clan. The Shi clan is only left with Shi Pao Xiao. Is there anyone else? Forget it. No matter whether there is or not, it is going to be destroyed anyway. The Dharma Supreme's voice had a kind of indifferent cruelty. He said slowly, "Who is the next clan?" He stood up with his hands clasped behind his back. As soon as he raised his head, a pair of faint eyes shot out like demonic lightning, straight at the top of the city wall. The two places were separated by at least 100 miles and were obstructed by the heavy rain. However, his gaze seemed to have completely disregarded the obstruction of space and arrived just like that. Like two of the sharpest arrows, it shot straight into the hearts of Yi Qianxin and the others. Yi Qianxin and the other experts with high cultivation levels were startled by this sudden gaze. Everyone felt their hearts sink abruptly. For a moment, they actually felt their hearts waver and couldn't help but be shocked. The Dharma Supreme's current cultivation had obviously reached a level that even people like Yi Qianxin and the rest couldn't understand. He really had the power to shock the world and make the gods weep. With such cultivation, even Ning Tianya, who was known as the #1 in the world back then, definitely couldn't do it. The Dharma Supreme's voice came from afar. His voice was as calm and elegant as before. It even seemed to have some ease and confidence. "Yi Qianxin, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. As long as you still fight one clan at a time, I won't bully you with numbers. In 10,000 years, there has never been a fair battle in the heavens. But today, I will give you a chance to have such a fair battle. I'm open and above board. Even if I'm purging a devil, I'll do it in a dignified manner. I'll make you all convinced. We'll send as many people as you send. They came one by one, and I welcomed them one by one. Life or death, victory or defeat, leave it to fate." Yi Qianxin laughed mockingly. The Dharma Supreme's way of doing things is really too fair. Using a group of martial saints to deal with martial monarchs and martial emperors? You actually want to enjoy the fairness of having equal numbers. How fair? The Dharma Supreme snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Yi Qianxin, don't you know? If all of you were to participate in the battle royale, you would only be finished quickly. You wouldn't even be able to get such a result. The way the battle is going now at least gives you a chance to struggle at death's door, doesn't it?" Yi Qianxin snorted coldly and did not speak again. Everyone knew. He also understood that the Dharma Supreme was speaking the truth. The Dharma Supreme's voice was calm and gentle in the heavy rain. As if he was speaking only 3 feet away from the other side, he said elegantly, "Do you all think that my way of doing things is bullying the weak and that I have an unfair advantage? Don't you know that right and wrong are not based on reason? Justice is based on strength. Now, I've not only given you fairness, I've also given you a chance to take revenge." The ones who dealt with the Shao clan just now were the law enforcement officers from the southeast side, as well as all the supreme martial artists from the headquarters in charge of the southeast. If Shao Qinyu had the ability to kill all of them, I would definitely not have any complaints. If he had the ability to take revenge, then he would be considered capable. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the ability to do so. Then, even if he dies, he shouldn't have any complaints. The strong win and the weak lose. This has been the way since ancient times. What complaints do you have? The Dharma Supreme said coldly, "Yi Chanshin. Which clan is going to fight in the next battle? No matter who wants to take revenge on the law enforcement officers, I'll also give them a chance." His voice still reverberated in the air, but the Dharma Supreme had already stopped talking. Both sides of the battlefield fell into a short period of dead silence. That 8th-grade supreme martial artist who had been watching the battlefield trembled. He turned around and shouted, "The Shao clan is finished. Who's going to fight next?" "Qinyu is gone. The Shao clan is finished." Yi Qinshin's lips couldn't help but tremble. Looking at the heavy rain and the shocking empty space, he muttered, "Qinyu is gone. Who's going to fight next?" Behind him, the faces of all the ancestors were unusually ugly, full of misery. There was also a strong sense of hatred. For Shao Qinyu, for their own clans. Tears were brewing in everyone's eyes. Humans were not plants. How could they be emotionless? Shao Qinyu was also an old brother of these people here for 10,000 years. Although there had been disagreements between them, there had been estrangement, and there had been unpleasantness between them. However, all of these conflicts had vanished into thin air at this moment. Even in death, Qinyu had lived up to the name of calamity. Qiu said quietly, "Yes." The others nodded heavily. "Who's going to take revenge in the next battle?" Yi Qinshin's gaze was like lightning. The Dharma Supreme is right. Although this battle is a death trap, it's also a chance for revenge. Perhaps it's the last chance for revenge. That's right. The people fighting opposite us are the ones who destroyed our clans. Of course, we have to take revenge. Let me take part in this battle. Even if I die, I'll make these murderers pay the price." Zhuge Zhangqiang snorted coldly. "Do you think I'll back out from the battle? Let me go." Qiu Zhang said quickly, "The enmity of the annihilation of our clan is irreconcilable." However, as everyone spoke, they realized that one person was missing from the conversation. Looking over, they saw that the ancestor of the Qin clan, Qin Yingfeng, had already walked down the city wall. Everyone was taken aback. These few days, Qin Yingfeng's behavior didn't seem quite right. It was as if he was a little cowardly and passive. Why did he take the lead to go down without saying a word this time? Could it be that he was triggered by Shao Qinyu's death? Or could it be that the Dharma Supreme's mention of the word revenge had triggered him? To think that he actually went out on his own without saying a word. This fellow is really fast. Zhuge Zhangqiang said discontentedly. He didn't even greet us. Qiu was also displeased, but his voice was also full of respect. Chen Yingfeng is really acting like a real man today. This is the first time in 10,000 years that I've seen him so resolute. Yi Chunshin sighed. Speaking of which, the pressure on him these few days is really huge. However, if he goes out like this, the possibility of him coming back. He let out a long sigh. Zhuge Zhangqiang and Qiu also sighed at the same time. They looked at Chen Yingfeng's back view that was gradually disappearing into the distance, full of reluctance. With this departure, the brothers would probably never see each other again. From now on, they would be separated in the netherworld. Just as everyone was sighing, they heard Chen Yingfeng's voice of mobilization coming from below. After a long, long time, the city gates opened. Chen Yingfeng led the remaining 10-odd people of the Qin clan and walked to the front. Behind him, they were all the people that he had gathered these few days. Looking at the 10-odd lonely Qin clan members beside Chen Yingfeng and recalling the Qin clan's past glory, Yi Qianqian actually felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. His eyes reddened, and he hurriedly ordered, "The Qin clan is alone now. If it's just the Qin clan's men alone, they probably won't even be able to control the troops. Quick, send some people to help." At his command, several hundred experts from the Yi clan followed closely behind. Zhuge Sangqiong and Qiu sighed at the same time. They called out, "Big brother." Yi Qianqian said sorrowfully, "We're brothers. Even if I really have to leave today, I also have the responsibility to let my brother leave in a more glorious manner. Since there's no one left in his family, let the Yi clan members accompany him in death." Qiu and Zhuge Sangqiong's eyes. They turned red at the same time. Diwu Qingrou's lips moved. He wanted to speak up to stop them, but in the end, he didn't make a sound. Just now, at the moment Xiao Qinyu died in battle, Diwu Qingrou clearly saw a hint of heartfelt pleasure flash across Chen Yingfeng's eyes, as well as an extremely deep, complicated look. Although it was complicated, it was definitely not a look of resolute revenge. But right now, Diwu Qingrou couldn't say anything. He didn't even dare to say it. Even if he did say it out loud, the only outcome would be to be torn apart by Yi Qianqian and the others. Xiao Qinyu's death had just ignited the brotherhood that had lasted for more than 10,000 years. How could he allow others to speak ill of another brother in front of him? The truth had always been cruel, but the truth would always be the truth. No matter how cruel it was, when one had to face it, one could only accept it. Chen Yingfeng braved the wind and rain and walked forward, his aura extremely heroic. On the city wall, Yi Qianqian's expression was solemn. He sighed deeply. We've all misunderstood Yingfeng previously. Qiu's face was full of guilt. In the distance, the Dharma Supreme watched as Qin Yingfeng and the others walked out of the city gate in a single file. His eyes flashed and he waved his hand. Clean up the battlefield. Before his voice had died away, the 4 second-grade Supreme martial artists struck at the same time. With a whoosh, the countless corpses on the battlefield were suddenly moved collectively. Then, like hailstones, they piled up into a huge circle. The highest point was actually a full 1,000 feet high. This circle, which covered an area of dozens of square miles, was completely occupied by countless corpses. It was just that the center was empty. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The troops ran to Dongsheng. Behind the law enforcement officers, there were countless people. Each of them carried a huge metal bucket and flew over. They leaped onto the high wall made of corpses. Then, they poured the contents of the metal bucket down. The next moment, a special smell filled the air. Kerosene. The metal bucket was actually filled with a huge amount of kerosene. Tens of thousands of barrels of kerosene were poured into the center of the circle at the same time. Then, a few more torches soaked in kerosene were set ablaze in the pouring rain. Those torches drew brilliant arcs in the air and landed on the huge amount of kerosene. Boom! In an instant, a huge fire rose into the sky, setting fire in such a heavy downpour. This was really an unprecedented feat, and what was burning were human bodies that were still alive and kicking just a moment ago. At this moment, regardless of status, they were all burned to the ground. They were just corpses, nothing more. No matter if you were a hero or a rogue or a beggar before your death, you were just a corpse now. Chapter 1683. There was a constant stream of people watching from the outside. Those that couldn't be burned would be picked up in the air and thrown into areas where the sea of fire was more vigorous to be burned as quickly as possible. A unique smell of burning flesh gradually filled the area within a radius of thousands of miles. It wouldn't take long for this smell to spread throughout the entire capital city. In fact, there were already quite a number of people in the capital city sniffing frantically. Why are there still people roasting meat in such terrible weather? Why does it smell so weird? Outside the city, be it the law enforcement officers or the people of the big clans on the city wall, they all looked at the soaring flames with a solemn expression. Regardless of friend or foe, all would be burned to ashes today. This move of the Dharma Supreme was undoubtedly vicious, but also decisive enough. Moreover, this action seemed to have some other meaning. But now that everyone's eyes were red, they couldn't be bothered to think about anything else. On the battlefield, The burning of the corpses gradually came to an end. Two eighth-grade supreme martial artists moved their palms at the same time and pushed out fiercely. With a splash on the ground, be it blood or rainwater, all of them were lifted up together with half an inch of the ground. It was like a huge curtain being lifted up by someone. Both of them shouted and exerted their strength again at the same time. With a whoosh, all the rainwater and blood were carried by the huge curtain and thrown over the mountain. On the other side of the mountain, there was a violent roar that sounded like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Then, the few supreme martial artists moved one after another. In the blink of an eye, the land that was full of craters due to the great battle was restored to a flat state. Moreover, even the accumulated water stains were not much left. In the still pouring rain, it actually became a rare, dry, and refreshing land. The power of a supreme martial artist. It could move mountains and fill the sea. At this moment, this sentence was fully verified. The previous battle team retreated to rest. The other team will be replaced. Who was the one who destroyed the Chen clan a few days ago? The Dharma Supreme ordered, "Go forward and fight Chen Yingfeng." Yes. Not much time passed and Chen Yingfeng had already walked to the front of the two armies. The delicate moment when the two sides were about to come into contact and fight was the moment when enemies met. Chen Yingfeng suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait, I have something to say. Lord Dharma Supreme, can we talk?" For a moment, both sides were stunned. At this point, was there still a need to talk? In the face of a powerful enemy who killed your descendants and destroyed your home, you still want to negotiate? What else could they talk about? On top of the city wall, Yi Chongqing frowned. Both parties are already destined to be mortal enemies. What's the point of talking? There was no way the Dharma Supreme would stop now. Do you still think you can persuade him? Diwu Qingro forced a smile and said, Perhaps there are other variables. Chen Yingfeng might not be advising. Variable? Yi Chongqing frowned and suddenly flew into a rage. You mean to say that Yingfeng isn't trying to persuade the Dharma Supreme, but is surrendering to the Dharma Supreme? How dare you say that? How dare you think that? A martial artist must have strength of character. My brother is definitely not that kind of person. Diwu Qingro forced a smile. Before he could continue speaking, Shi Baoli, Autumn, and Zhuge Sangqiang had already glared at him and cursed at the same time. Bullshit. Shut up. Diwu Qingro gently shook his head. He forced a smile and no longer spoke. Now is the time. There was obviously no meaning to it at all. The other side was obviously stunned as well. After a moment, the Dharma Supreme's voice came from afar. Chen Yingfeng, what do you want to talk to me about? Between us. What else is there to talk about? You can't be delusional to think that you can mislead me and accuse me of being a slave of the extraterrestrial demons, right? Chen Yingfeng's somewhat feminine voice sounded. Lord Dharma Supreme, please don't misunderstand. Naturally, I have something important to discuss with you. The reason why Lord Dharma Supreme wants to wipe out the big clans is probably to rule the world. Yes, it should be to wipe out the big clans that have been demonized by the extraterrestrial demons. And now, this capital city is already the last fortress of the big clans. Lord Dharma Supreme wants to cleanse the world. It's nothing more than to further eliminate the dissidents and achieve complete control. Since that's the case, Chen Yingfeng would like to discuss terms with Lord Dharma Supreme, terms that are beneficial to both parties. The Dharma Supreme's voice seemed to be deep in thought for a moment. What terms? I'm willing to bury the hatchet with the law enforcement officer in front of me and turn from an enemy to a friend. Furthermore, I'm willing to lead the people behind me to surrender to Lord Dharma Supreme. I only hope that Lord Dharma Supreme will be lenient. There are so many people here. All of them are children raised by their fathers and mothers. They still have relatives waiting for them at home, their mothers leaning against the door, their lovers waiting for them. How can I, Chen Yingfeng, bear to let them die in battle with me? I can guarantee that none of these people here have been demonized by the extraterrestrial demons. With Lord Dharma Supreme's benevolence, I believe that he will be lenient. These words were simply earth-shattering. Be it Yi Chongqing and the other people in the capital city, or the law enforcement officers on the Dharma Supreme's side, almost everyone couldn't believe their ears. They actually couldn't react for a moment. It was only until they took 2 deep breaths that they finally digested these absolutely unexpected words. In an instant, there were curses everywhere. Chuningfeng, you're shameless. Chuningfeng, are you still human? Chuningfeng, don't forget who annihilated your clan and killed your relatives. You bastard. Before Chuningfeng could finish his words, there was already a flurry of curses on top of the city wall. Yi Qianxian was so angry that he was trembling all over. He was almost about to vomit blood. The few elders would never have thought that Qin Yingfeng would walk out in such a heroic manner just to surrender. Not only did he surrender, in order to successfully surrender, he even didn't hesitate to slander himself and say that the real source of chaos in the world was the big clans being demonized by the extraterrestrial demons. He was facing a powerful enemy that had annihilated his clan and killed his grandchildren. Surrender? This was really absurd to the extreme. Zhuge Songqiang, Qiu He, Shi Paopao, and the others all had faces as red as blood. They were so embarrassed that even their necks were bulging. Just now, Diwu Qingro had said something, and the 3 of them had cursed him. But they had just finished cursing, and their voices were still ringing in their ears when their own brothers gave them a resounding slap in the face. Too embarrassing. It was too embarrassing. This is such a disgrace. Those people that Qin Yingfeng had brought out, especially those from the Yi clan who had come to help control the troops, all started cursing furiously. Qin Yingfeng completely ignored them and only waited for the Dharma Supreme's response. He believed that the Dharma Supreme wouldn't refuse this huge gift of his. As long as the Dharma Supreme accepted it, he would be safe. What did a few curses mean? Was it more important than his life and limitless future? With a wave of the Dharma Supreme's hand, a few high-level supreme martial artists released their powerful aura at the same time, instantly suppressing the commotion. As for the few who were especially noisy, the few high-level supreme martial artists of the law enforcement officers simply attacked together and killed them instantly. As blood spurted out, the commotion stopped. The troops on Qin Yingfeng's side were in a commotion for a while, more before they gradually regained their calm. What you said makes some sense. It's even rarer that you can admit your own shortcomings and shortcomings. The Dharma Supreme said amiably, but since you're willing to surrender, you must have other conditions, right? Why don't you tell me, and I'll consider it carefully. Qin Yingfeng said, I can bring people to surrender this time because I'm naturally willing to follow Lord Dharma Supreme to conquer this world and be at your beck and call. How would I dare to ask for any conditions? I'm even willing to fight back. If I have any extravagant request, I only have one thing to ask of Lord Dharma Supreme. After this battle, let my brothers go home and give them a way out. I believe that Lord Dharma Supreme won't be stingy with this small request. The Dharma Supreme smiled and nodded. Everyone also completely understood Qin Yingfeng's intentions at this moment. He wanted to use the surrender to win the hearts of these people behind him. Although the Qin clan had been destroyed, it wasn't impossible to rebuild it. And rebuilding it required manpower. He had hundreds of thousands of people behind him now. As long as Qin Yingfeng was around, it would be another super clan after the battle. Moreover, he didn't hesitate to ruin his own reputation this time to save the lives of these people. They were all living dishonorably with him, and unknowingly, they were of one heart with him. From the moment Qin Yingfeng proposed to surrender, the hundreds of thousands of people behind him only stirred for a short while before they calmed down. It was obvious that people's hearts were like this. Even if there were still a few loyal ones among them, the general trend was that almost everyone had surrendered. What was the use of only holding on? Not to mention that he only had a low cultivation level. So what if he was a second-grade supreme martial artist? If he were to hold on, people would think that he was something special, and he was killed to show his loyalty. That would be an injustice. This was the herd mentality of people. Even those experts of the Yi clan sent by Yi Qianxian didn't move anymore. A bad life was better than a good death. Since everyone had surrendered, then everyone would lose face together. Since they had lost face, what did it matter if they surrendered? It was fine as long as they could stay alive. As long as the Dharma Supreme promised to surrender today, Qin Yingfeng only had to wait for the battle to end. When the time came, as long as Qin Yingfeng raised his arms and called for the establishment of the Qin clan, The Dharma Supreme wouldn't be stingy and not give him face because he had done a great service to the law enforcement officers. By then, the Qin clan might not just be one of the big clans. It would be the only clan in the world other than the law enforcement officers. It might even be the biggest clan in the upper three heavens, or even the entire heavens. Chen Yingfeng's intentions were no secret at all. It was obvious at a glance. However, this was also the only condition that could be exchanged with the Dharma Supreme now. On top of the city wall, Yi Qianqian finally spat out a mouthful of blood with a cry. He cried out loudly, "Chen Yingfeng! You're shameless. You've disgraced us and tarnished the reputation of the descendants of tribulation, you beast." Chapter 1684. Qiu roared furiously, "Chen Yingfeng, wake up! Even if you can survive on the enemy's charity, can you still sleep in the future?" Chen Yingfeng had a smile on his face throughout, as if he didn't hear the torrential curses behind him. His skinny face was clearly visible in the light of the burning corpses of his comrades. "Lord Dharma Supreme, what do you think of my suggestion?" Chen Yingfeng asked calmly. "Good. It's rare for Yingfeng to realize his mistake. How can I not agree?" The Dharma Supreme laughed loudly. "I accept Yingfeng's suggestion. Now that we have Yingfeng's help, we can eliminate the demonic tribulation faster. I hereby promise that after the war, I will definitely allow the Chen clan to rebuild and share the prosperity of the world with you." "Thank you, Lord Dharma Supreme." Chen Yingfeng was overjoyed. "Open up the sides of the formation and welcome Chen Yingfeng and his people in. From now on, we are all one family." The Dharma Supreme laughed loudly, his voice reverberating in 100 miles. Although many people in Chen Yingfeng's team looked aggrieved, most of them also heaved a sigh of relief. "Oh my God, we finally survived. What a fluke, what a fluke." On the city wall, Yi Qianqian and the others were still cursing endlessly. However, even more people were secretly thinking in their hearts, "If I were like this, when the time comes to surrender, would I be able to?" The densely packed law enforcement officers lined up on both sides, leaving a wide path that was a few thousand feet wide between them. However, the Dharma Supreme welcomed Chen Yingfeng's surrender with the highest etiquette. At this moment, Chen Yingfeng felt that he was actually very respected. Although the Qin clan that had been passed down for 10,000 years was destroyed in the hands of the Dharma Supreme, as long as he was still alive, the Chen clan could be rebuilt in the future. It would definitely surpass the Qin clan of the past. Revenge was a dish best served cold. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? The most important thing now was that he could finally survive. Chen Yingfeng smiled wholeheartedly and cupped his fists, greeting both sides. Then, after a discussion among the law enforcement officers, all the surrendering teams were arranged into a line of 2,000 people and walked forward to be inspected by the Dharma Supreme. Chen Yingfeng had no objections to this. If he didn't even receive this treatment, it would be suspicious instead. The messy troops were lined up according to the requirements of the law enforcement officers. During this period, the people sent by the Yi family also resisted. However, after a dozen of them were killed on the spot, the remaining people also quieted down, as if they had already accepted their fate. After a period of gathering and adjustment, it was already night time, and the rain finally began to lessen. Looking at the surrender ceremony that was filled with cheers outside the city, everyone on the city wall felt their bodies turn cold. Chen Yingfeng's actions were tantamount to stabbing a knife into everyone's heart, and they even took so many people with them. The surrender ceremony finally began. The law enforcement officers on both sides stood solemnly. Chen Yingfeng took the lead and led the team forward. At the end of the road, they could not see it. He could vaguely feel that there was a powerful figure waiting for him somewhere. That was the Dharma Supreme. Chen Yingfeng heaved a sigh of relief once more. The fact that the Dharma Supreme had personally accepted his surrender showed how much he valued him. The surrendering troops entered the area one by one. A row of 2,000. Of the hundreds of thousands of people who had followed Chen Yingfeng out, there were finally more than 200 rows. There was hope for survival. Everyone walked very quickly, and their moods were also lifted. Finally, everyone entered the area arranged by the law enforcement officers. At the front, The Dharma Supreme laughed heartily, leading a group of high-level experts from the law enforcement officers to welcome them. Chun Yingfeng was very excited. He took a few quick steps forward, ready to shake hands with the Dharma Supreme. Just as he got closer, he saw the smile on the Dharma Supreme's face suddenly freeze in an instant, turning into the color of ice. Then, he ordered, "Kill these people here for me. Kill all of them and leave no one alive." This sudden order was simply like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. The smile on Chun Yingfeng's face suddenly froze, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Lord Dharma Supreme? You?" The Dharma Supreme's face was as cold as ice. "A treacherous and despicable person like you. A scum that is so despicable and shameless that you can even betray your own brothers, is the biggest symptom of being demonized by the extraterrestrial demons. A demon like you, who can bring disaster to the human world, actually wants to negotiate terms with me. Just wishful thinking. Kill." At his command, the law enforcement officers who were already prepared all around moved at the same time. "Kill." Suddenly, the light from the sabers and swords formed the waves of the sea. Then, extremely thick and dense blood spurted out. The whole sky and the whole area instantly turned bright red. Under such a situation where they were completely unprepared, they had completely fallen into the enemy's encirclement. Moreover, there was a great disparity in the number of people on both sides. The quality and quantity of experts were all more than 10 times, or even more. Chun Yingfeng's misery at this moment could be said to have reached its peak. When the law enforcement officers attacked together, they were basically going all out. What man and sword is one, man and saber is one. In any case, they just used whatever powerful moves they knew. They went all out to kill these completely unprepared and defenseless enemies. The battlefield spanning dozens of miles was attacked from both sides. It was just a brief encounter, and hundreds of thousands of people had already lost their lives in a daze. Chun Yingfeng's eyes widened, and he roared furiously, "Dharma Supreme, how dare you lie to me?" The Dharma Supreme's face revealed an extremely disdainful smile, and he retreated lightly. He didn't even bother to kill Chun Yingfeng with his own hands. Chun Yingfeng roared furiously and pounced forward. "Dharma Supreme, don't leave. I want to fight to the death with you. You damned liar." However, the few law enforcement officers beside the Dharma Supreme had already blocked him. "Death is at hand, and you still want to fight the Dharma Supreme. Do you think a despicable, shameless, lowly, low-level demon like you is worthy?" Then, they started to fight. In an instant, the sounds of fighting shook the heavens and earth. Or rather, it shouldn't be called a fight, but a one-sided massacre. The incident had only just happened here, but everyone on the top of the city wall had already heard it. Hearing such a shocking turn of events, everyone on the top of the city wall didn't know what to do for a moment. Everyone who was still cursing and swearing just now also unknowingly became tongue-tied. They couldn't make a single sound. Seeing these people who were surrounded and almost defenseless being slaughtered, the only thing Yi Qianqian and the others could do was to close their eyes weakly. Although he felt happy, how could he not feel sorrowful? Hundreds of thousands of people sent themselves to be deceived and then slaughtered almost defenseless. How aggrieved must they be to die? Everyone in the city also kept quiet out of fear. Some of those who were thinking of surrendering even felt as if they had been doused with cold water, chilling them to the core. It turned out that surrendering couldn't work either. "Oh my God, what should we do? Aren't we doomed?" This battle started abruptly and ended abruptly as well. This one-sided massacre only took about an hour from start to finish, and those hundreds of thousands of people had already turned into corpses. On the other hand, the law enforcement officers didn't suffer any losses at all, and the casualties were almost negligible. The battle line was too long, and the law enforcement officers were too well prepared. They each had their own duties, and each of them aimed at a few people before attacking. These people were completely on guard. How could they possibly escape? Chun Yingfeng screamed and flew into the sky, covered in blood all over. His cultivation was also quite high, and he actually managed to break through the encirclement of death and flew toward the city. "Big Brother Yi, save me! Save me!" On the city wall, Yi Qinshin's face was as cold as ice, and he didn't move at all like a zombie. Beside him, Zhuge Sangqiong and Autumn both spat on the ground and turned their faces away furiously. Save you? After doing such a thing, you still have the cheek to ask us for help? You're also a 10,000-year-old monster, yet you still have the cheek to ask us for help? When has Tribulation, the ancestor of the great clans, ever asked for help? Do you know that by asking for help, you've trampled all our old faces to the ground for others to trample on? A few supreme martial artists caught up from behind, and their fists, legs, and swords rained down like a storm. With a scream, Chun Yingfeng was sent flying by a punch. Then, his body couldn't move on its own anymore. Another mid-grade supreme martial artist flashed like a ghost and was already below Chen Yingfeng. He kicked his lower abdomen fiercely. Chun Yingfeng groaned in extreme pain, and his whole body flew up involuntarily. However, there was already another person waiting for him in the air. He slapped his back hard with both palms, and then stomped down hard on his back. The low-grade supreme martial artist below stabbed his sword into Chan Yingfeng's chest, while the other supreme martial artist slapped his temples on both sides with both hands. With a few cracking sounds, Chan Yingfeng's bones broke. His head also exploded completely like a watermelon that had been hit by an explosive bomb, and his brain juice splattered everywhere. With a boom, he didn't know that person's final palm strike landed on his dantian. His divine soul was completely shattered, and his divine soul was completely destroyed. Just like that, the Chun clan's first ancestor turned into a mist of blood and flesh that drifted through the air in front of everyone's eyes. The place where he died was already not far from the city wall. There were many experts up there, but no one was willing to come out to save him. They just watched helplessly as the 4 low-grade supreme martial artists went on a killing spree in front of them, beating Chan Yingfeng from a complete person into meat paste. The 4 supreme martial artists turned and left, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. Yi Qinshin and the others were dumbstruck. It was already late at night. The Dharma Supreme's voice came from afar. Now, the Chen clan is also finished. Who's next to go up against the law enforcement officers? Don't blame me for not making it clear. As long as you dare to fight, I won't be stingy with giving you a fair chance. If no one dares to fight, by then, the army will be mobilized, and the city will be destroyed. Chapter 1685. The muscles on Yi Qinshin's face spasmed. He said, "Qiu, you go first. Big brother will follow right after." Qiu burst into laughter. He turned around and strode out, shouting, "Grandson, follow me into battle. Grandsons of the Yi family, come and help out too. Troops from the main force, it's our turn now. If you're a man, follow me into battle and die." Qiu had just finished speaking. With a loud boom, the people of Jianghu who had already given up all hope in the capital instantly stood up in droves. They roared in unison, "It's our turn. Go into battle and die. Fight it out with those damned law enforcement officers." Qiu's words were extremely straightforward. They were going into battle and dying. They were going to die. However, it was precisely such straightforward words that greatly stirred up the blood in the hearts of the martial artists at this moment. Since death was inevitable, then they would die heroically in battle. Fight it out. In fact, some people who didn't originally belong to Qiu's camp also spontaneously joined in at this moment. So be it. Who's afraid of whom? The law enforcement officers have 2 eyes, but we also have only 1 head. The law enforcement officers have something in their crotch, but I also have a bird in my crotch. Damn it. Fight it out. There was a hubbub and loud shouts as though venting. Everyone went out of the city in a hubbub with weapons in hand. Although their formation was disorderly, everyone had an awe-inspiring aura and held their heads high. If there was still a chance of survival, I wouldn't die. But since I'm already destined to die, I must die like a man. The battle continued for an entire night and still hadn't stopped. For an entire day and night, the entire capital trembled endlessly, as though it had been hit by continuous earthquakes. All the houses shook their butts and danced, gently and rhythmically. No one knew if this could be considered a blessing in disguise, but there were very few signs of collapsing. Although the downpour that happened once in 100 years had lessened, it continued to fall, as though it could continue for a long time. Outside the city, the raging fire didn't stop either. Without a doubt, the first wave of incineration had been sent very far away, but as long as there were more deaths, the fire would continue to burn the corpses. The raging fire continued to burn for an entire night. The unique smell of roasted meat naturally continued to permeate the air throughout the night. People could be seen vomiting everywhere in the capital. They had just finished vomiting, but once they came into contact with the strange smell again, they would continue to vomit. No matter how slow-witted or ill-informed a person was, they would know that this smell came from the burning of a large number of corpses. How many corpses had been burned in this heavy rain and smoke-filled environment for a day and a night? Perhaps in the near future, or perhaps today, or perhaps he understood that he would become one of the people being burned, right? As long as he thought about it, his entire body would tremble, and his heart would feel waves of disgust. After a night of fierce fighting, the people who had accompanied Qiu to battle were already burning with anger. At the end of this battle, a violent explosion rang out. As tears streamed down Yiqinchen's face, Autumn followed in Xiao Qinyu's footsteps and became a legend among the enforcers. However, less than 30,000 of the law enforcement officers who fought against him survived in the end. The tenacity of Qiu's troops made all the law enforcement officers' jaws drop. There was clearly a great disparity in their strength, and it was clearly the enemy who was stronger than them. But the courage, perseverance, and fighting spirit displayed by the allied army of the aristocratic clans were breathtaking. "I'm not as strong as you, so I'll die with you." They didn't seek complete victory, but only sought to cripple the enemy. They didn't fear the strong enemy, and even sought death first. This completely swayed the balance of victory and defeat. If not for the fact that the difference in strength between the two sides wasn't that great, the final outcome would have been hard to predict. Seeing that less than 30,000 injured warriors finally retreated from the battlefield, the people on the law enforcement officers' side felt fear for the first time. A chill ran down their spines. They had lost 470,000 people in this battle. There were only 30,000 survivors left, and most of them were crippled. They would never be able to recover to their peak in this lifetime. There was clearly a great disparity in strength between the two sides, but the final outcome was so tragic. Everyone's gaze turned to the Dharma Supreme. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme's face was still gloomy and expressionless. He only waved his hand and ordered, "Clean up the battlefield immediately and wait for the next battle. As long as the demons are not destroyed, the battle will not stop." "Lord Dharma Supreme," a high-level supreme martial artist pleaded, "let our brothers rest a little. We are all made of flesh and blood, and after going through such a tragic battle, we were even drenched in such a downpour for 2 days and 1 night. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "Who isn't made of flesh and blood? Who didn't fight for an entire night? Who didn't get drenched in the rain? Could it be that only our people are here? What right do you all have to be so fragile?" "But, no buts. The battle will not end, and we will kill all of you." The Dharma Supreme ordered coldly, "Anyone who disagrees, kill. Kill. No mercy." Everyone kept quiet out of fear, and no one dared to say a word. The Dharma Supreme now had a heart as cold as steel, to the point where there was no room for mercy. Looking at the Dharma Supreme's cold and emotionless face, everyone could only follow his orders. Everyone knew that the Dharma Supreme's words were not a joke. Before this, in the entire Heavens continent, nearly 20 million souls had died tragically within a short span of 10 days, and this had long been proven. The Dharma Supreme was definitely a man of his words. His words were strictly enforced, and his orders were strictly enforced. Although the law enforcement officers were also exhausted under such a high-pressure order, they still divided some people to clean up the battlefield and continue burning the corpses. The Dharma Supreme looked at the city wall again, his heart full of doubts. "Chuyang, as the Tribulation Swordmaster, you are already at the final juncture of the demon tribulation. Why haven't you appeared yet? What exactly is Chuyang doing now?" Although Chuyang had not appeared, The Dharma Supreme had always had an intuition that the only one who could stop his madness was Chu Yang. The only one who could stop his madness was Chu Yang. However, the Dharma Supreme was full of fighting spirit. Just as he had said, he would not show mercy in the battle with the Tribulation Sword Master. Chu Yang, if you fail, then you will tarnish the great title of Tribulation Sword Master. Then I will not allow you to live, because a loser is not worthy of being called my boss, and is not worthy of that legendary title. The top of the city wall was originally filled with densely packed heads. However, it had become much more sparse at this moment. At this moment, only Yi Qianqian, Zhuge Sangqiang, and Shi Paoxiao were still standing there. The three of them had the same expression, which was full of complex emotions. It contained pride, grief, resentment, and determination. Shi Paoxiao suddenly let out a long sigh. He took out a jade bottle and slowly opened it. He chuckled and said, "A few days ago, the Tribulation Sword Master asked Diwu Qingru to give me this heavy pill. I had many worries. Although we have temporarily formed an alliance due to our standpoints, the opposition between the big clans and Tribulation is still inevitable. How can I accept the enemy's good fortune?" After that, it was hard to distinguish between gratitude and grudges, so I didn't take it. But today is a battle of revenge, so I don't care so much. If I owe it, then so be it. Anyway, I probably won't have the chance to repay it in this lifetime. Finally, we are on the same side and have a common enemy. I hope this heavy pill can help me kill a few more enemies, so that this can lessen my guilt a little. When I go on my way later, I don't have to worry too much about this matter. Haha. Deceiving oneself and others, deceiving others and deceiving oneself. So this is what it is. As he spoke, he opened the jade bottle. The moment a strange fragrance wafted out, he had already swallowed the heavy pill. Yi Qianqian forced a smile and said, "What do you mean by deceiving oneself and others, deceiving others and deceiving oneself? I believe the Tribulation Sword Master won't care about this little bit of friendship. You can rest assured. Besides, you and I are going to be dead soon. The dead don't need to repay anything." Haha. Shi Paoxiao looked up and laughed. Zhuge Sangqiang smiled and said, "Big brother, next, it seems to be my turn to take revenge." Yi Qianqian looked up and sighed. He said, "The big clans have been famous for 10,000 years. It turns out that 10,000 years is indeed predestined. Today, it is indeed time for them to be destroyed. It's just that the only thing that I didn't expect was that the big clans weren't destroyed by tribulation this time, but by the law enforcement officers. No, that Dharma Supreme was also one of tribulation back then, tribulation's brains. It turns out that the big clans can't escape this cycle. Haha. At this moment, everything seems so superfluous and meaningless." Zhuge Sangqiang smiled and said, "The brothers have all left one by one. Now, other than the three of us, there's only Ling Muyang, who is with the Tribulation Sword Master now. 10,000 years ago, there were 7 sisters. Now that the sisters are no longer around, there are only 4 brothers left. Yes, I don't know if Muyang is still willing to treat us as brothers now. It's really not a very glorious thing to have brothers like us." Shi Paoxiao wanted to laugh, but he felt a lump in his throat and couldn't laugh. He said, "Muyang hates evil, but he's actually very soft-hearted. How can he not treat us as brothers, especially brothers who are about to die? If you ask me, we're all going to die sooner or later. It doesn't matter if we die a few days earlier or a few days later. We mustn't drag it out until the time when Muyang really doesn't want us brothers anymore. Then, we'll really be done for." The three of them burst into laughter at the same time. It's just a pity that bastard Chen Yingfeng. Deep hatred appeared in Yi Qianqian's eyes. He said, "That bastard. Even when he's about to die, he still smeared his brother's ashes. This really makes me furious. But other than that bastard, most of us still live up to our late father's reputation." Although Zhuge Sangqiang's eyes were red from grief, there was a kind of clear radiance on his face. This is already enough. Yi Qianqian and Shi Paoxiao nodded heavily at the same time. Chapter 1686. Today, my brothers and I will go on our way together. Yi Qianqian suddenly smiled tragically. Before Qinyu died, he said that he didn't have the face to go to heaven to meet Father. How can you and I let Qinyu enjoy the limelight? Our brothers are all waiting for us in the underworld. Setting off from the underworld together is what's truly joyous. Zhuge Sangqiong suddenly lowered his head with a downcast expression. He murmured, "It's good to go to the underworld together." What happened to Uncle Jun's family back then is still fresh in our minds. Even if we can really go to heaven and meet Father, how should we tell him? If we do, how will Father and the rest be able to face Uncle Jun? Since we've already been humiliated, then let's just end it here. Don't let our elders feel ashamed anymore. Yi Qianshen, Shi Baoxiao, and Zhuge Sangqiong sighed at the same time. They actually said in unison, "I really envy Ling Muyang and Li Chuanbua." The three of them smiled wryly at the same time. They were speechless and silent for a moment. Ling Muyang and Li Chuanbua were the only two who didn't participate in the incident back then. The others had all participated directly or indirectly. Now, it was truly too late for regrets. They regretted it so much. Why is it that our elders can live and die together, but we can't? Yi Chunshin laughed wryly. With his hands behind his back, he said solemnly, before Qinyu died, he once said that he only regretted not being able to relive his life. Then, which one of our elders needs to relive their lives? Even death wouldn't make such a sigh, right? Zhuge Sangqiong smiled bitterly. Big brother, this is different in the first place. There's no room for comparison between the two at all. The reason why our father's generation remained steadfast in life and death was because they had gone through far too many things together and gone through far too many trials and tribulations together. So-called friendship is nourished bit by bit through adversity. Our lives have been too smooth. We don't know what hardship is, what predicament is, and what true friendship is. Our lives have been too smooth? Yi Qianshen and Shi Baoxiao shuddered at his words. We have experienced too few things together. Moreover, our goals are different, and we always have our own plans. Therefore, even though we have the protection of our parents and were once together, we still can't be of one mind. However, at least we were able to understand those emotions. That's why we were able to wake up in the end. That's already pretty good, even though it was a little late. Zhuge Sangqiong said, comprehending is comprehending. Once you comprehend, you get it. Although we're not as heroic as our fathers, we're still much stronger than some people who live their lives in ignorance. Shi Baoxiao burst out laughing. That's right. Some people don't even know the word comradeship until they die. Their eyes are only filled with benefits. In fact, when some people told stories about the importance of friendship and righteousness, these people would refute with their white teeth. How can there be such brotherhood in this world? This kind of person is even more pitiful and laughable than us. Ignorance isn't a sin, but speaking irresponsibly and slandering beautiful things is the most detestable thing in the world. Yi Chunshin couldn't help but chuckle as well. However, those people are just as detestable as us. It's all because we haven't experienced it, and they haven't had the opportunity or the ability to do so. Comparatively speaking, we are even more detestable than they are, because we still have our fathers in front of us. The three of them smiled bitterly. In the face of death, the three brothers chatted and talked, and they actually seemed to have forgotten about themselves. There wasn't the desolate feeling of being on the road to the netherworld at all. Outside the city, the Dharma Supreme's army had suffered great losses after the series of battles. Their numbers had shrunk by at least a third or more. In the series of battles to the death, both sides were basically fighting with their lives on the line. Although the allied army of the great clans was completely wiped out, the losses on the law enforcement officers' side were also extremely tragic. There was really no victory to speak of. Even saying that they had gained the upper hand was very difficult. Although the heavy rain that was rarely seen in 100 years had gradually lessened, it still continued to pour down. The battlefield had once again been cleaned up by the law enforcement officers. Other than an extremely thick blood stench, it was as if there had never been a battle. Another large batch of kerosene was poured on the pile of corpses. The flames once again soared hundreds of feet high in the rain. The noisy heat waves sent black ashes into the air, which were once again drenched by the rain and scattered on the ground within 1,000 miles. The law enforcement officers' army outside the city was in a somewhat low mood. The flying flags that had once covered the sky were now drenched by the rain. They hung limply on the flagpoles like dead fish, no longer showing any signs of life. The law enforcement officers in the south had already started to prepare for the final battle. Obviously, everyone knew that the next one to fight would definitely be the Zhuge clan. Shi Xiao laughed. Zhuge, I'm the only one left in the Shi clan. How about letting me play with all of you during this battle? Zhuge Zangqiong laughed. Very good. The two of us shall travel together to the netherworld. Yi Chunchen said dispassionately, how can brothers travel together without any gifts? I shall use half of the Yi clan's combat power to travel together for the two of you. Good. The two of us shall kindly accept Brother Ye's gift. Both Zhuge Zangqiong and Shi Xiao laughed at the same time. In this case, the two of us will definitely give the Dharma Supreme a huge shock and let him know that not everything in the world is under his control. Right at this moment, the Dharma Supreme actually stopped remaining silent and looked up. The Xiao clan is gone, the Chun clan is gone, and so is the home. The Lan clan has long disappeared, the Li clan is a pile of ashes, and the Shi clan has become a dead zone. Now, only the Yi clan and the Zhuge clan are left. Ling Muyang from the Ling clan and Shi Xiao from the Shi clan. There was a faint smile in the Dharma Supreme's eyes. He asked, is the other side ready? Reporting to the Dharma Supreme, everything is ready. We're just waiting for your command. The Dharma Supreme said softly, since everything is ready, let's begin. Yes. The Dharma Supreme looked up at the top of the city again, as if wanting to say something. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable tremor in his expression. He looked up at the sky, as if looking at something unbelievable. Not only the Dharma Supreme, but everyone else almost at the same time. They all did the same thing. The rain that had been pouring down incessantly from the sky actually stopped abruptly at this moment. It stopped abruptly. Immediately after, a fierce gust of wind started blowing at the same time. Above the boundless sky, there seemed to be a kind of boundless majesty that was pressing down fiercely. Winds and clouds from all directions were rapidly converging here. The clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, and the howling gust of wind also became stronger and stronger. Then, from a certain direction in the capital city, beams of bright white light suddenly shot into the sky. The thick layer of clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed, and every ray of white light was tightly wrapped by the thick clouds. After completely surrounding the white light, the thick clouds slowly started to rotate on their own. That kind of aura that was enough to destroy the heavens and earth became clearer and more obvious. Everyone counted. There were a total of 14 beams of white light that shot into the sky. There were as many as 14 beams of white light. The layers of clouds in the sky gradually formed 14 huge whirlpools that rotated slowly. Between the flashes of lightning, they were like brilliant silver snakes that shuttled back and forth in the sky, faintly discernible. The Dharma Supreme stood up abruptly and looked at the sky. A trace of shock flashed across his face. He could clearly feel that among the 14 beams of white light, there were at least a few auras that he was familiar with. Immediately after, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a meaningful smile. To be able to raise your cultivation at the last moment, and to be able to raise it to such an extent. Tribulation Swordmaster, you are indeed capable. The legend of tribulation is indeed not in vain. Really not bad. He immediately turned and said, the operation over there. Hurry up. Finish this battle as soon as possible. Yes. The Dharma Supreme looked at the strange and powerful whirlpools in the sky. His gaze was deep. After a long time, he said indifferently, Tribulation Sword Master, fight with me. The battle that I look forward to the most. At the inn, Yu Lingxue, Feng Yuro, and her husband, as well as Ling Muyang, all looked solemn. The three of them had long swords in their hands and were extremely vigilant. In the past 2 days and 2 nights, there were already several batches of people who wanted to enter this inn. A portion of them were secretly sent by the law enforcement officers to gather information. More people came to take a look out of curiosity. One had to admit that there were still quite a lot of brainless people in this world. They clearly knew that the people here were not people they could afford to offend, but they still charged in, just to satisfy their own curiosity. After all, the breakthrough of Chu Yang and the rest had caused too much of a commotion. Although no one could see the exact situation, that extremely powerful aura could be clearly felt within a radius of tens of miles. From today onwards, no one from the law enforcement officers has come to spy on us. Yu Lingxue was a little tired. He deeply knew how important the breakthrough of Chu Yang and the rest was this time. He didn't even dare to take a step away from them, not even daring to slack off for a moment. If someone really barged in and affected the cultivation of these 14 people, Yu Lingxue really couldn't imagine what kind of consequences it would cause. Just thinking about it made him break out in cold sweat. Yes, Ling Muyang's expression was mixed with obvious sadness. He also didn't dare to move. Although he knew that his brothers were fighting for their lives in front, he also knew clearly that the breakthrough that was going on in this room was related to the future of the heavenly continent. If he went, he would only die in battle. It might be satisfying for a moment, but it wouldn't be beneficial to the overall situation. However, as long as they could wait until Chu Yang and the rest came out, they would have a chance to stop the madness of the Dharma Supreme. This was already their last and only hope. As everyone waited anxiously, they saw streaks of white light suddenly rushing out of the room without any warning. They rushed into the sky. It's done. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro jumped up. It's done? Ling Muyang's voice was trembling. He felt that his teeth were chattering, and even his voice had changed pitch. These three people were all old monsters who were more than 10,000 years old. They were usually known for their steadiness, but today, it seemed that they had used up all their steadiness, leaving only excitement and shock. This must be the legendary realm, heaven and man as one. The white rainbow piercing the sun. Thunder roaring in the sky, dragons soaring on the earth. The first 2 chapters are finally completed. I'll explain the reason below. Everyone knows my temper. If I don't update, I won't explain. Because no matter what the reason is, it's too late, hee. So there's no need to explain. Since there's an update, then I must explain, huh? Today, one of our authors is here for a book signing at Laiwu. This is the first friend to come to Laiwu for a book signing. I'm very happy. I'm very honored. So I have to do my part as a host. That's all for the explanation, okay? Even if it's someone else, as long as my brothers come here, I have to entertain them. I cherish this true feeling from the illusory network very much, because it doesn't bring any benefits. Speaking of this, I have to flaunt myself, or explain something. Many of my brothers have come here before, including the original and pirated ones. But when they come here, I won't let my brothers spend a single cent. Whether you believe it or not, there's already proof. All the brothers who have come here have also said this. Haha, today's update is late. I don't ask for your monthly votes, nor do I ask for your understanding. But I just want you to understand that I, Fengling, am like this. I cherish all of you, just like how I cherish all the brothers who have come here before. There's no difference. Those who like me still like me, and those who scold me still scold me. But I'm still Fengling. Fengling is the world. Chapter 1687. Yu Lingxue said excitedly, this is the ultimate realm beyond the limits of the heavenly level martial arts. I didn't expect that I, Yu Lingxue, would have the chance to see such a phenomenon in my lifetime. Ling Muyang was dumbfounded. He had always treated this as a legend. Because, since ancient times, no one had ever reached this realm in the heavenly level continent. In other words, this was a realm that shouldn't be possible in the heavenly level continent. Even among the legendary masters of the Calamity Sword, no one had ever reached this legendary realm. According to the ancient legends, it was during the time when dragons and phoenixes were rampant and the 3 stars wreaked havoc. There were people who had such cultivation, but it was only a legend and not recorded in the ancient books. As for those who had seen it with their own eyes, it was definitely you, therefore. There is no one who can truly prove the existence of this realm. In fact, Ling Muyang had never believed in the existence of such a realm. But now, this legend really happened in front of him. and 14 of them appeared together at once. Ling Muyang couldn't accept this result and this fact. "I'm afraid there will be thunder in the sky next," Yu Lingxue said solemnly. "Let's stay here for a while more. When the thunder surges, we have to leave immediately. Otherwise, we will be blasted into pieces by the aftermath of the thunder. Legend has it that they have to endure the test of the thunder. As long as they pass it, if they can't leave the heavenly level continent in a short time, there will be experts from the upper realm coming to capture them. Their current realm has exceeded the limit of what the heavenly level continent can bear. Or rather, they are no longer existences in our realm." Before he could finish his sentence, a low and majestic sound of thunder came from the sky. Boom. Rumble. How can it be so fast? Yu Lingxue was shocked and shouted, "Let's leave quickly." Everyone in the inn rushed out at the same time and flew out under the lead of the three people. They had just gone less than 1,000 feet when a vortex in the sky suddenly pressed down. The center of the vortex. A green thunderbolt as thick as an arm. It struck down suddenly. Boom. There was an abnormally strong rumble, and the earth shook in response. Feng and Yu, as well as Ling Muyang and the other two, were sent flying by an indescribable force at the same time. They felt dizzy, and when they landed, they were actually thousands of feet away. On the contrary, Huang Xiaoyou and the others weren't as embarrassed as the three top experts. Light of heavenly punishment. The stronger you meet, the stronger you become. Yu Lingxue's gaze was filled with reverence as he looked at the lightning falling from the sky continuously. He said reverently, "The heavens are indeed compassionate towards the common people. Such a lightning tribulation is directly felt by everyone. It only takes the appearance of one expert to turn everything within a radius of 1,000 miles into charcoal. But now, the ordinary people close to them are only ordinary charred lightning descending upon the world. It won't really harm the body." Ling Muyang panted heavily and said, "That's right. We supreme martial artists also have different stages of lightning tribulations, but the power is enough to shock everyone around us to death. So, once we reach the stage where we need to face the lightning tribulation, we have to find a relatively secluded place. I originally thought that the breakthrough of Chu Yang and the others this time might destroy the entire city, but I never thought that it would actually be unharmed. This result is far beyond my expectations." Feng Euro sighed and said, "This is the so-called realm, under the three people's reverent gazes. The vortex in the sky. One after another, it started to show its power. Bolts of lightning struck the tavern almost without any gap between them. The tribulation clouds seemed to be pressing down on the top of their heads. Later on, the lightning turned into a rainstorm. Countless bolts of lightning struck down gradually from all directions in the sky, but they all landed at the same spot. This also caused all the lightning to seem to have completely merged together after striking down to a certain extent, forming a huge lightning bolt that wasn't very thick. Under this endless heavenly power, everyone kept quiet out of fear. Even the great battle outside the city temporarily stopped due to this change in the heavens and earth. The lightning that had always been just a flash had now become a huge entity that existed continuously in the sky, covering a radius of thousands of miles. Then, it poured down towards a fixed spot in an extremely frenzied manner. Looking at this heavenly power that was enough to destroy everything, everyone's face was full of solemnity. On the law enforcement officer's side, almost everyone's face was full of worry. The endless lightning might be intimidating, but the real danger was yet to come. The appearance of such a lightning tribulation also meant that the other party would have many strong reinforcements. And the sudden appearance of so many super experts from the other party was definitely not a good thing. Only the Dharma Supreme had a faint smile on his face. He looked at the lightning in the sky indifferently, as if deep in thought, as if he had lost something, but also as if he had gained something. Between the thoughts of gains and losses, endless thoughts ran through his mind. Behind that faint smile, there was only calmness. As the only heavenly demon seed of the extraterrestrial demons in the heavens and earth, facing the imminent arrival of powerful enemies, he actually only had calmness. He even looked forward to it. Yi Chenshin and the rest looked at the lightning in the sky. Their originally miserable faces finally relaxed. Finally, he felt more relaxed, but there was still a heavy sigh. Within the capital city, flames soared into the sky. A wave of chaos spread from the center of the city to the south. Big Brother, is the Yi clan's base camp on fire? Zhuge Sangqiong's entire body shook as he exclaimed. This question that sounded both doubtful and certain exposed Zhuge Sangqiong's imbalanced state of mind. If even the last base camp on the Yi clan side fell, this battle would be a complete failure, and there would be no chance of a comeback. That's right, it's the Yi clan. At this moment, Yi Qianqin was unusually calm. He turned back indifferently and looked at the source of the fire, listening to the commotion there. His expression was so calm that it was somewhat frightening. It was clearly the Yi clan's base camp that had suffered a major attack, but as the founder of the Yi clan, Yi Qianqin actually seemed indifferent. Big Brother, let's go back immediately, otherwise everything will. Zhuge Sangqiong cried out in shock and anger. There's no need for that. Yi Qianqin smiled bitterly, but just by looking at the momentum of the fire and hearing the loud commotion and thinking about how big the Yi clan's territory is, it's already too late. With such a comprehensive attack, other than the experts of the law enforcement officers, no other force can do it. Aren't you going to MNGB? Right from the start, the Dharma Supreme was determined to exterminate the big clans. If we go back at this moment, it will only allow the law enforcement officers led by the Dharma Supreme to move ahead. Once we lose our presence, the enemy will definitely take advantage of the situation and charge into the city, changing the battlefield outside the city to inside the city. We've really reached that point. Not only all the martial artists, but even the tens of millions of commoners will also suffer. And the Yi clan can't avoid the fate of being exterminated. Since we're destined to be exterminated no matter what, we might as well have a decisive battle here. Apart from giving the innocent commoners in the city a little more chance of survival, I believe that we can also make the law enforcement officers pay a little more. At this final moment, let us die a little more gloriously. Yi Qianqin smiled bitterly in a low voice. Zhuge Sangqiong and Shi Paoxiao gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Their gazes were filled with sorrow. The Tribulation Swordmaster has obviously improved to a level that we can't imagine. Now that we've seen such improvement, they have the ability to deal with the Dharma Supreme. I believe that even if the big clans are exterminated, just like in the past, they can only wait to be killed in the face of such a Tribulation Swordmaster. In the face of absolute power, any force is just like smoke. Yi Qianqin smiled bitterly. But now, they have brought hope to the heavens, the last hope. We, the sworn enemies of the Tribulation Sword Master, have no need to meet him again. Or rather, we'll only have each other's troubles when we meet. After we die, this piece of shji, we'll entrust it to him. Haha, everyone was speechless. Yes, there was the Dharma Supreme before. And then there was the Tribulation Sword Master. The fate of the big clans had actually been decided long ago. Yi Qianqin turned around and looked at Diwu Qingru. Clanmaster Diwu, if there are any surviving descendants of the big clans in the future, please take care of them. Even if our souls are gone, we'll still be grateful. Diwu Qingru could only sigh. Rest assured, ancestors. After this battle, as long as we can survive, Qingru will definitely not forget what Elder Yi has entrusted us with. I'll never give up. Yi Qianqin turned around slowly and looked at the law enforcement officers outside the city. He said softly, "We don't have to wait for the lightning to end. Sangqiong, let's fight to the death. Whether it's the Tribulation Swordmaster or the Dharma Supreme, there will always be a victor in the end. But that victor will definitely not be us. Therefore, I don't want to see the final victor be them. Although we're losers, we also have our dignity and pride." Zhuge Sangqiong could only let out a sigh of relief. All the panic he felt earlier was gone. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "Let's fight! Dharma Supreme, let your law enforcement officers from the south fight. I want to make them pay for the blood debt of extermination." A hint of a cruel smile appeared on the Dharma Supreme's originally calm face. Waving his hand, his voice pierced through the lightning as he said elegantly, "As you wish." With a loud crash, The law enforcement officers from the south walked out of the arena. Zhuge Zhangqiong laughed and bowed deeply to Yi Qianqian. Then, he turned and strode down the city wall, not looking back at all. Shi Paoxiao walked up to Yi Qianqian and bowed. Then, he straightened his back and followed behind Zhuge Zhangqiong. The surviving supreme martial artists from the Zhuge clan bowed one by one and walked down. When they spoke to anyone else, all of them straightened their backs and left. With a smile on his face, Yi Qianqian raised his hands and bowed deeply. His expression was still indifferent. At the end, Chu Yang and the others were all doing their best to endure the baptism of endless lightning. Life can't be repeated after all. But fortunately, there was a physical book that gave me a chance to correct my mistakes. At present, the first 3 episodes of Pride, Reversible Heavens, King of Hellchu, and Heavenly Armament Pavilion have been NG'd. The 4th episode is in preparation. The content will definitely not disappoint everyone. I hope that the brothers and sisters who have the ability to support me will give me your support. I also wish everyone the best of luck to see a different Pride. Have a more comfortable reading pleasure. Thank you. Chapter 1688. Each of these lightning bolts actually had 2 completely opposite attributes. Everyone could clearly feel that this was a gift from the heavens, but it was also accompanied by a test. If one could withstand the test, they would receive the gift. Because the lightning bolts had destruction, but they were also accompanied by great vitality. As long as one tried their best to withstand one lightning bolt, then there would be a new vitality that would instantly replenish the body's previous exhaustion. Then, another lightning bolt would strike. Therefore, as long as one reached this level, as long as one tried their best, withstanding the lightning bolts would definitely not be a problem. With this understanding, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Such a gift from the heavens may only come once in one's life. After accepting this lightning bolt, in terms of essence, we are no longer the same as people of this world. Therefore, these vitalities should be the acknowledgement of our identity by the Heaven Imperial Court. But this acknowledgement should only come once. If there is any more advancement in the future, once the lightning bolt strikes the heavenly tribulation, then life and death will be at stake. It will definitely not be as easy as it is now. Wu Jueqing's voice rang out. Wu Jueqing's experience and knowledge could be said to be the best in the heaven. Even the Dharma Supreme, Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing could not compare to him in this aspect. The conclusion he gave was reasonable and should be the closest to the truth. Everyone was enlightened. A lightning bolt may be a destructive crisis, but it is also a good opportunity for advancement. Wu Jueqing's calm voice had some uncontrollable excitement. Therefore, everyone must make good use of this opportunity. When the lightning bolts are over, our advancement this time will be completely stable. If there is any advancement in the future, it should be after we reach the Heaven Imperial Court. Chu Yang tried his best to withstand the lightning bolts as he said, "Besides, everyone must be prepared. Right now, the battle outside is already in full swing. Once we finish upgrading, what awaits us is likely to be an immediate battle with the Dharma Supreme. This is our last battle in the heavenly layer. For our homeland, we must do our best." Yes. Everyone answered in unison. At this moment, Xie Danqiong's voice suddenly rang out. After this advancement, what level will our cultivation reach? This question made everyone smile bitterly. How would we know what level we are at? After a moment of awkward silence, Emo Tianji said, "I'm afraid we'll have to wait until we reach the Heaven Palace to know the details. But one thing we can be sure of is that our cultivation has definitely surpassed the upper limit of the Supreme Martial Artist level. There's no doubt about this. I don't think I'll be able to reach that level." Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this, but it lightened the originally cold and solemn atmosphere. Low-rank supremacy. Once upon a time, it could be said that it was a level that no one could see even if they looked up to it. Illusory and ethereal, it was like a god in the sky. But now, at this moment, it was so easily crossed over. Everything. It was all because of one person, Chu Yang. Outside the city, the battle had begun once again. there was still no command for the new wave of battles. The Dharma Supreme reclined on the chair, coldly watching the battle between the two armies below, his expression indifferent. No one knew what he was thinking. Dense devil chi gradually gathered on his body. It seemed that this devil chi was floating out from the heads of everyone in the law enforcement officer army. Then, they gradually returned to the top of the Dharma Supreme's head. In the end, it entered his body. This went on, one cycle after another. The smile on the Dharma Supreme's lips seemed to become even wider. In the city, the sounds of battle gradually became softer. Previously, Yi Qianxin had already deployed all the Yi clan's elites to the battlefield. There weren't any experts left to guard the Yi clan at all. When they suddenly encountered a devastating attack from the law enforcement officers, they were completely annihilated before they could form any effective resistance. The Yi clan was destroyed. But regarding this, the founder of the Yi clan, Yi Qianxin, only frowned in pain. He didn't send anyone back to help at all. The battle outside the city was in full swing. The two supreme martial artists, Zhuge Sangqiong and Shi Baoxiao, led the army to attack. Together with another supreme martial artist, a junior supreme martial artist from the Zhuge clan, the sharp point formed by these three people could be said to be invincible, stirring up huge waves of blood in the law enforcement officers' camp. Although the troops under them were a motley crew, with the three people's powerful attacks, they actually managed to suppress the law enforcement officers to a disadvantage for a moment. The role of high-level martial artists in battle was fully displayed by these three people. In addition to their tyrannical martial strength, the three of them were also fighting with the determination to die. The valiance of their combat strength, under the urging of their mentality of not caring about their own lives, was already unparalleled in their desire to die first. Thus, the resulting combat strength was naturally extremely sharp. If that was the case, there were still many high-level martial artists on the law enforcement officers' side who didn't participate in the battle. If they really attacked with all their might, they could still kill these three people in one go. At least, it wouldn't create such a terrible situation now. However, this strategy, which was supposed to be a matter of course, was strictly stopped by the Dharma Supreme. But due to the Dharma Supreme's arbitrary decision, the high-level martial artists could only watch helplessly. Zhuge Sangqiong and the rest were killing their own people like cutting vegetables, but there was nothing they could do but watch helplessly and anxiously. In the sky, the lightning continued to flash and didn't seem to weaken at all. On the battlefield, both sides continued to fight with their lives on the line. The battle cries almost shook the entire sky. The martial artists who participated in the battle were falling down in batches. At any moment, there would be countless swords and sabers greeting someone at the same time. Then, a living person would be instantly turned into pieces of flesh, flying all over the sky under such terrifying attacks. Right from the start of the battle, both sides were fighting with their lives on the line. The number of people who were still standing was gradually decreasing, and the number of people who fell was also increasing. Large amounts of blood once again stained the earth red, and then converged into a river, flowing and spreading silently amidst the earth-shattering battle cries. On the other side, there were flames and black smoke soaring into the sky, and piles of corpses towering into the clouds. The earth was shaking, and the heavens were shaking. After a long, long time, in the sky, the lightning that was almost non-stop previously finally disappeared by a large margin. The battlefield also returned to silence. Looking over, all that could be seen was a sea of corpses. In the midst of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, only 3 people could still stand with difficulty. There was even one who staggered and almost fell. After swaying a few times, he finally steadied himself. Zhuge Sangqiong, Shi Baoxiao, and that low-grade supreme martial artist from the Zhuge clan. In a battle of 1,000,000 people, only 3 people were still alive. Everyone else had turned into corpses. The final result of this battle was actually the victory of the allied forces of the clans. Zhuge Sangqiong's usual wise demeanor and steady demeanor had long since vanished. He was panting heavily, his entire body riddled with wounds, fresh blood constantly flowing out of his mouth. Suddenly, he bent down and laughed loudly, actually laughing so heartily. Ha ha ha! Revenge! I've finally taken revenge. Zhuge Sangqiang threw his head back and laughed. He roared, "Do you see the hundreds of thousands of dead souls sacrificed by the Zhuge clan? All the executioners who destroyed our clan are lying here now. All of them are lying here. I've taken revenge for all of you. All of you can rest in peace now." He laughed heartily, but tears were gushing out crazily. Tears flowed freely, but they were accompanied by laughter that shook the heavens. One of his arms was broken and swaying in front of him, but Zhuge Sangqiang didn't notice at all. Surpassing stood upright and also laughed heartily. Looking around to make sure there were no more enemies, he suddenly shouted, "Dharma Supreme! Send more people out. Us brothers are not dead yet. We can still fight. Send more people. I haven't killed enough." The Dharma Supreme said coldly, "Since you haven't killed enough, I'll fulfill your wish." He waved and shouted, "Send another 3,000 people. Don't move anyone above Supreme Martial Artist. I'd like to see how many more people they can kill." The 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist, who was receiving orders at the side, almost fainted. Although the other party was already seriously injured and on the verge of collapse, he was still an expert at the level of a low-grade Supreme Martial Artist after all. The Dharma Supreme was only sending 3,000 people, and he wanted those above Supreme Martial Artists to stay put? Wouldn't that be sending people to be slaughtered for fun? Why? The Dharma Supreme rolled his eyes. This is a little inappropriate. The 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist murmured, subconsciously replying, "Inappropriate?" The Dharma Supreme sneered. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand with his palm facing outwards and pulled back. An abnormally strong force suddenly appeared and confined this 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist in an instant. An invisible vortex was formed in an instant. The Dharma Supreme frowned and his eyes sharpened. A thick and dense demonic aura appeared. With a sudden sound, the entire body of the 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist was sucked up, somersaulted in the air, and flew towards the Dharma Supreme's palm with his head in front and legs behind. As he flew closer and closer, his whole body actually emitted a series of crackling sounds, and his whole body actually shrank rapidly amidst these crackling sounds. Yes, it shrank. His whole body was shrinking rapidly. Finally, when he hit the Dharma Supreme's palm, his whole body was only the size of a rabbit. With another "pa" sound, the Dharma Supreme's right hand suddenly closed. The body of the 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist instantly turned into powder in the Dharma Supreme's hand. When he opened his palm again, a lot of powder flowed down from his hand, turning into dust and scattering. An 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist with extremely high strength without any loss actually turned into a pile of powder in the hands of the Dharma Supreme, so silently. Even though they were caught off guard, such a situation still made everyone feel extremely shocked. How strong exactly was the Dharma Supreme's strength? However, after the shock, there was also fear. A fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Since that 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist could become the Dharma Supreme's messenger, it was enough to prove that he was the Dharma Supreme's confidant. Not to mention that he did not do much wrong. Just the fact that he could casually kill such a confidant showed the Dharma Supreme's madness and determination. Chapter 1689. Pass down the order. The Dharma Supreme slowly raised his slender fingers in front of himself and blew gently, blowing away the remaining powder on his palm. He said indifferently, "I don't wish for anyone to say anything inappropriate again. This word is very piercing to the ears. My orders only need to be carried out, and there is no need to say anything inappropriate. Do you understand?"
Yes.
The other 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist at the side had already turned pale from the shock. Hearing this, he no longer had any objections and immediately went to pass down the order. Shortly after, a group of people could be seen heading towards Zhuge Sangqiang and the other two. The sounds of battle rang out again. As the sounds of battle rang out again, the Dharma Supreme closed his eyes again, the corners of his mouth still carrying a trace of a cold smile. 3,000 people were thrown into the battlefield against 3 people from the other side. It seemed like there was an extreme disparity in the number of people on both sides. To put it bluntly, it was possible to kill the other party by piling on people. However, in reality, the difference in strength between both sides was also extremely huge. The prerequisite for killing the other party by piling on people was that both parties were of similar strength. However, the actual strength comparison now was like sending 3,000 2- or 3-year-old children to besiege 3 severely injured whales in the sea. Although the whales were severely injured, as long as they could still move, they only needed to turn around casually to set off waves that would be enough to drown the 3,000 children. The situation on the battlefield now was just like that. The 3,000 people were getting fewer and fewer. In just a short while, 1/3 of them had already been lost. In such a one-sided massacre, Zhuge Sangqiang and the other two did not feel tired at all. Instead, they felt like they were recuperating and their strength was actually recovering bit by bit. This is too much. I'm not going. This is basically sending us to our deaths. This is too much. Is the Dharma Supreme out of his mind to actually make such a stupid move? Finally, in the law enforcement team, after the first batch of 3,000 people were completely wiped out, when the strict order was given again, there was an immediate backlash. After all, being unafraid of death and sending oneself to death were two completely different things. No one was willing to send oneself to death. Those who do not respect the order. Kill. No mercy. The Dharma Supreme's cold voice rang out. The saber light flashed. In a flash, the noisy protesting crowd had already been completely wiped out. However, this action caused an even greater backlash. More people started to resist, and the scene was unusually chaotic. The Dharma Supreme's face was as still as water. He still only said one word, kill. Instantly, thousands of people fell to the ground again. The arbitrariness of the Dharma Supreme made everyone feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The Dharma Supreme gave people a strange feeling that if they did not follow his orders, it would not matter even if he killed everyone. It felt weird, but it was true. It was real. Under such high pressure, another group of people finally rushed out. Rather than being killed by the Dharma Supreme's orders, he might as well fight with the 3 of them. The 3 of them were still severely injured. If he fought with all his might, he might still have a chance of survival. However, against the Dharma Supreme, he was doomed to die. Why can't experts above the Supreme Being fight? Ping Xiaoyun, who had been sitting opposite the Dharma Supreme and had not spoken a word for several days, suddenly spoke. Those 3 people can be considered heroes. Heroes should always have a few people buried with them. The Dharma Supreme said nonchalantly, Elder Ping, you don't have to take it to heart. Although we are enemies, this doesn't stop me from giving them some respect, that's all. Ping Xiaoyun revealed a cold smile and mocked. Do you think that the burial of 1 million people was not grand enough? How much more do you want? 3,000? 30,000? Or more? That's my business, my decision. The Dharma Supreme looked at Ping Xiaoyun indifferently. Elder Ping, it won't be too late to question my decision after you become the Dharma Supreme. Now, you don't seem to have the right to question my decision. Ping Xiaoyun laughed bitterly. I really don't. Today, even my soul is under your control. I only want to ask you one thing. How can I get rid of my demonization? What method? What price? The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently. I'm very sorry. There is no way. It can never be removed. What a pity. Ping Xiaoyun was suddenly stunned. This was because he could actually hear a trace of sincere apology from the Dharma Supreme's words. These feelings shouldn't have appeared at all, but right now, he was clearly feeling this way. The Dharma Supreme raised his eyes and looked at Ping Xiaoyun. He said indifferently, if I die in the end, your soul will lose the control of its master. Either you will completely degenerate into a demon, or you will be able to maintain the last trace of clarity. At that time, if you can still maintain that last trace of clarity and do not wish to harm the world, then cripple your martial arts. This way, you may be able to live out your remaining years in peace. This is the only way. Ping Xiaoyun laughed miserably and said, Thank you for your guidance. If I self-destruct now, what are the chances of killing you? The Dharma Supreme said tiredly, It won't be of any use. because the difference between our levels is too great. Even if I allow you to self-destruct, the result will be nothing more than useless. It will be a pointless sacrifice. Now, I am already invincible. The Dharma Supreme's eyes revealed a trace of concern and worry. He said softly, "In this world, there may only be one person, one sword, who has the chance to kill me." Ping Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Is it the Calamity Sword? You are still worried that the Calamity Sword will kill you. Haha, I suddenly feel very relieved. There is still a way to deal with you." The Dharma Supreme shook his head and laughed, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. His heart said silently, "There is no one left in this world who knows me. No one knows my worries, my apprehensions. What I am most worried about now is that the Calamity Sword will no longer be able to kill me. And this is something that none of you understand. If I die, I can only die by the Calamity Sword." On the battlefield, the strange and unequal battle continued. Naturally, more and more people died. However, the Dharma Supreme was completely indifferent to this, as if those who died were merely ants. When the third batch of people rushed forward to besiege them, Zhuge Sangqiang and the rest were also at the end of their rope, on the verge of collapse. After all, Zhuge Sangqiang and the rest were not the same as the giant whales in the sea. The low-level cultivators besieging them were also not children. Killing people still required energy. Being severely injured, they gradually became exhausted. The huge waves that the giant whales created to drown all living creatures still needed to be produced by shaking their bodies. When the severity of their injuries reached a certain level, even shaking one's body gradually became a luxury, just like the current situation of Zhuge Sangqiang and the rest. However, right at this moment, Yi Qianqian, who was still watching the battle from the city walls, raised his head to look at the sky. The lightning in the sky was obviously coming to an end. Although the dark clouds were still dense, that special power of the universe was already about to end. Suddenly, Yi Qianqian let out a long howl. "Let's all die together. Dharma Supreme, get all your people to come out." Like a whirlwind, he took the lead and rushed down the city walls. Then, all the remaining members of the Yi clan in the capital city and all the remaining martial artists followed behind Yi Qianqian like a whirlwind, charging toward the battlefield. They had already been mobilized beforehand, and now they were just generously going forward. A cold glint flashed in the Dharma Supreme's eyes. He murmured, "Yi Qianqian, you can be considered a man." With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "All law enforcement officers, move out. We must end this battle in the shortest time possible." All the law enforcement officers who were watching suddenly came out in full force at the Dharma Supreme's command. With a whoosh, only 2 people were left in the originally crowded base of the law enforcement officers, the Dharma Supreme and Ping Xiaoyan. Over here, a huge dragon shot out of the city gates and left in a mighty manner. On the city walls, Diwu Qingru and Ling Hanxue sided each other. Yi Qianqian's intention was very clear. The situation now was gradually becoming clearer. The lightning tribulation for the Tribulation Sword Master and the others was about to end. Once the lightning tribulation was over, it meant that there would be 14 peerless experts joining forces to participate in this battle. Just by looking at the momentum of the lightning tribulation, it was believed that any one of those experts who had endured the lightning tribulation would possess energy that exceeded the limits of this world. Therefore, once these people came out, it was very likely that they would immediately turn the situation around. Logically speaking, as long as Yi Qianqian was able to drag the battle until then, the entire outcome of the battle would be rewritten. The Dharma Supreme and the law enforcement officer army would also be on the path of defeat. No matter how heavy the casualties were, he and his Yi clan members would still be able to survive. However, Yi Qianqian didn't want that kind of safety. It wasn't that he didn't want it, but that he really didn't want it. He didn't want the safety under the protection of the Tribulation Sword Master. All of his brothers had already passed away, and only 2 of the clans were left. Yi Qianqian had long lost the will to live. Besides, Yi Qianqian also didn't want Ling Muyang to see the scene of his death. He was afraid that Ling Muyang would also be impulsive. After all, among the brothers, One of them had to go to the Heaven Palace. Ling Muyang was the only one with a clear conscience among the brothers. As for the other brothers, they were all full of sins. Yi Chunshan took the lead and rushed into the enemy formation like a whirlwind. He raised his sword and swung it down, and a series of heads flew up. He punched and kicked. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people had already been turned into flying people in front of him. He let out a long and strange laugh. The sword in his hand danced, and his hands and feet moved together. Suddenly, countless lights flashed in the wide sleeves of his robe. This was the famous ultimate technique of the Yi clan, cold stars filling the sky. This technique was the Yi clan's magic weapon for killing enemies. To the Yi clan, they would rarely use it unless it was a strong enemy. But at this moment, Yi Chunshan used it without any scruples. He didn't even choose an opponent. As the lights flashed, a series of screams of people being thrown off their horses resounded in the sky. Zhuge Songqiang, Shi Paoxiao, and the other two, who were already in a desperate situation, were shocked. Zhuge Songqiang cried out in disbelief, "Big brother?" Chapter 1690. Cut the crap. Hurry up and recover some of your strength. Recover as much as you can. Let us brothers fight side by side in the final battle. Yi Chunshan didn't stop. He continued to move around the three of them at high speed. The law enforcement officers around them collapsed one after another. Recover more of your strength. Even if you self-destruct later, you'll have more capital, Yi Chunshan shouted. Zhuge Songqiang and the other two's expressions turned stern. They replied solemnly, yes. Then, they closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing, completely ignoring the sea of enemies around them. With Yi Chunshan here, even if the sky and earth collapsed, he would be able to hold them back for a moment. And this short moment was enough for the three of them to catch their breaths. Being able to catch their breaths was enough. Yi Chunshan's challenge came abruptly, and the speed and timing of his entry into the battle were also very coincidental. It was at the delicate moment when the third wave of 3,000 people had just formed an encirclement and surrounded Zhuge Songqiang and the other two. To Yi Chunshan, whose physical strength was at its peak, those 3,000 people were nothing more than fodder. It was precisely because of this that he was able to achieve such amazing results just now, and also successfully bought some time for Zhuge Songqiang and the other two to catch their breaths. Otherwise, with the law enforcement officer's powerful strength, how could Yi Chunshan have succeeded so easily? Yi Chunshan, are you here to die too? Prepare to die. A long howl filled with murderous intent flew over with a sharp sword light. All the 2nd grade and 8th grade supreme martial artists of the law enforcement officers rapidly gathered here from all directions. Yi Chunshan laughed loudly, his black robes fluttering like the night sky. I'm here to die, but you'll have to have the ability to do so first. My head is here. Come and take it if you can. Arrogant. With a cold shout, an awe-inspiring sword light was already in front of Yi Chunshan. Another two people came from the left and right. One of them wielded a sword as fast as lightning. The other's palm was like a huge axe. Yi Chunshan held his sword horizontally and shouted, "Arrogant? I've been arrogant all my life. Did you only find out today?" Yi Chunshan sneered with endless mockery. His beard stood up. He had actually single-handedly stopped 3 2nd grade supreme martial artists and an 8th grade supreme martial artist, protecting his 3 brothers in the circle so well that not even wind and rain could penetrate through. Under his desperate fighting style, there was only one high-level supreme martial artist from the law enforcement officers facing him alone. He was actually forced into a disadvantageous position in such a short period of time. However, as large numbers of high-level and high-level martial artists arrived one after another, the pressure that Yi Chunshan was under instantly increased by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Fortunately, the people from the capital had also rushed over, and the battle instantly escalated. The final battle between the allied forces of the aristocratic families and the law enforcement officers had finally begun. For a moment, the scene was in full swing. However, there was a long howl. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from afar. In the next moment, An extremely dense green aura surged in the sky like a wave, getting closer and closer. A clear and melodious voice shouted, "This place is already so lively. We actually came late." Another voice said coldly, "Since you're late, make your move quickly." The latter voice belonged to a woman. Immediately after, a green figure, mixed with the endless green behind him, rushed into the crowd of the law enforcers and shouted, "I am the king of the 8 wastelands." Boom! Countless vines suddenly sprouted from the ground. In an instant, they had already rapidly grown into ancient vines. They wrapped around the legs of many law enforcement officers who were in the midst of battle. Apart from being trapped, the vines continued to spread toward their upper bodies. Dukyu had actually arrived. At this critical juncture, Dukyu had unexpectedly arrived and mercilessly attacked, making a huge profit. Following behind Dukyu was a masked woman in black who was also extremely sharp. Her sword light was like thunder. In the instant that the law enforcement officers who were entangled by the vines were circulating their energy to shatter the green vines on their bodies, she had already ridden her sword light and flashed past their heads. Poof, poof, poof. Countless heads flew up just like that, floating and rolling in the air. Streams of blood spurted out from the necks of the people who were still standing. The person who had arrived was the leader of the 3 Heavens Dark Bamboo, Jun Shiju. It seemed that either Jun Shiju had been in seclusion all this while, or the elixirs that Dukyu had brought from the elf forest had played a major role. No matter what the reason was, in any case, the current leader of the Dark Bamboo had already reached the level of a 4th-grade supreme martial artist. A 4th-grade supreme martial artist couldn't be regarded as a top-notch expert in this war-torn upper 3 heavens. However, almost all the high-end fighting forces had been attracted by Yi Qianxin and the others at this moment. Therefore, there weren't many people left who could pose a threat to Jun Shiju. Not to mention that there was also a top-notch expert like Dukyu as her bodyguard. The lineup of only 2 people actually went straight in, sweeping away the wind. They carved out a bloody path through the crowd and rushed towards the core area of the battle, as if they were riding the wind and breaking the waves. Where are the people of the big clans? Jun Shiju attacked with her sword. She flew up and shouted sternly, "I am a descendant of the Jun family from back then. Do you still remember that there is a blood debt that you have yet to pay? Today is the time for you to pay your debts. Your lives are mine." Yi Qianxin, Zhuge Sangqiang, and Shi Ho Zhao's bodies shook as they heard these words. They raised their eyes and looked over. Amidst the sea of people, a black-clothed woman wielded her sword like a gust of wind. Wherever she passed, waves of blood would rise. Severed limbs and decapitated heads would fly all over the place. The bright red color was the same as the sky. Yi Qianxin, Zhuge Sangqiang, and Shi Ho Zhao exposed an extremely complicated expression on their faces. It was a strange expression of relief. There was also a faint gratification on their faces. It turned out that Uncle Jun still had descendants in his family. Sure enough, the heavens took pity on him. The heavens opened their eyes. Yi Qianxin laughed out loud and said, "The blood debt of the Jun family is still vivid in my mind. We have indeed yet to pay it back. Please rest assured, creditor. We will certainly pay it back after today's battle. Today is the time to settle the blood debt of 10,000 years." Jun Shiju was startled. She shouted, "So, you are here. Since you have said that you will pay it back, then pay it back immediately." She raised her sword and flew forward as she said this. Jun Shiju glared at him and shouted, "I know. Do you think I'm like you?" Dukyu smiled bitterly. This ant's temper is really always so fierce. The 2 of them rushed toward the battlefield. Fairies! The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed. He still looked on helplessly as the 2 of them started a massacre while charging forward. He didn't have the slightest intention of stopping them. It was as if the law enforcement officers who were dying tragically at the hands of these 2 people had nothing to do with him. Yi Qianxin could be said to have turned out all his forces this time. The number of people he brought with him was naturally not a small number. He, Zhuge Sangqiang, and the others had attracted the majority of the high-level military strength of the law enforcement officers. However, there were still a lot of law enforcement officers left. Moreover, Whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, they were far superior to the manpower of the big clans. As the battle progressed, the people of the big clans had gradually fallen into a disadvantageous position. If Duke Yu and Jun Shiju hadn't arrived at this time, they would have temporarily suppressed the battle. If he acted forcefully and temporarily pacified the situation, the battle would probably fall into a dangerous situation where it could be completely overturned at any time. Another clear and long howl sounded. A gray-robed figure flew into the battlefield like a shooting star. The moment he landed, countless people around him were sent flying by the impact of his landing. This was only the beginning, because those who were sent flying were already torn into pieces in midair. The people who were lucky enough to survive all retreated backward in horror. Damn it! Who is this? Why is he so fierce? One must know that among those who were sent flying by him, there were 2 second-grade supreme martial artist experts, just by the power of a single landing. To be able to have such power, in the entire world, there were at most 3 to 5 people who had such power. Who is this person? The newcomer roared, "Dharma Supreme! How dare you be so deranged?" Then, he leaped up again. He flew out like a shooting star, and his feet tapped on the air repeatedly. Wherever his feet landed, the law enforcement officers' brains would burst open one after another. They died instantly, and the newcomer actually leaped across the battlefield like he was treading on thin air, heading in a straight line toward where the Dharma Supreme was. Wherever he passed, dense sonic booms sounded behind him. "It's Ning Tianya. Supreme martial artist Ning is here." Among the people of the big clans, someone shouted in shock and excitement. "Supreme martial artist Ning Tianya, the #1 expert in the world." Instantly, the whole battlefield was in an uproar again. To be honest, the results achieved by Duke Yu and Jun Shiju were better than Ning Tianya. However, the impact of Ning Tianya was unusually huge. After all, Ning Tianya had been famous for a long time. His reputation as the #1 expert in the world was even above that of the Dharma Supreme. This point was already deeply ingrained in people's hearts. In the eyes of ordinary people, although the Dharma Supreme was extremely powerful, he was still slightly inferior to Ning Tianya. Although this was no longer the case, at this moment, Ning Tianya's arrival and powerful attacks were undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the Allied forces. The Allied forces' morale was instantly boosted, and they actually suppressed the law enforcement officers' army. The Dharma Supreme raised his head and looked at Ning Tianya, who was flying over from afar. He was still calm and unperturbed. He said indifferently, "Aren't you going to attack?" Ping Xiaoyun said angrily, "Why should I attack? Ning Tianya coming to kill you is exactly what I want. If I could attack you, do you think I would have stayed silent until now?" The Dharma Supreme smiled. "Ning Tianya is still the Ning Tianya of the past, but I am no longer who I used to be. Aren't you the one who understands this the best? If you really don't stop him and I do, Ning Tianya will be dead for sure. Is he still the #1 expert in the world like he was in the past? Whether you attack or not, you decide for yourself. I will definitely not force you." Ping Xiaoyun was furious and stared at the Dharma Supreme fiercely. If his gaze was really like a sword, the Dharma Supreme would have long been cut into pieces and died. Facing the angry gaze, the Dharma Supreme smiled and was extremely calm, as if he was waiting for Ping Xiaoyun's choice. Although Ping Xiaoyun was furious and wanted to kill the person in front of him, he knew that the Dharma Supreme was speaking the truth. If it was the Dharma Supreme half a year ago, he would definitely not be a match for Ning Tianya. However, after devouring the extraterrestrial demon, the Dharma Supreme's strength had increased several times. Ning Tianya was probably no longer a match for the Dharma Supreme. In fact, there was no room for comparison between the two of them. If the Dharma Supreme attacked, this old friend of Ning Tianya would probably really die here. Chapter 1691. Besides, the Dharma Supreme was discussing with him now and did not order him. His spirit was in the Dharma Supreme's hands, and he could totally order him to attack directly. Back then, he had no choice but to obey. Now, He had to act on his own accord, and there was still some leeway. With a long sigh, Ping Xiaoyun had no choice but to make the decision to protect Ning Tianya first. He leaped out and faced Ning Tianya head-on like a black cloud in midair. "Old Ning, I have something to say to you." Ning Tianya bellowed furiously. "Ping Xiaoyun, why are you going against the flow too? I've really misjudged you." Ping Xiaoyun looked conflicted and said, "Old Ning, you don't understand. You." Suddenly, his face turned inexplicably ferocious. He roared, "Ning Tianya, give me your life," and leaped forward. Faint wisps of black aura gathered in his pupils continuously. The Dharma Supreme had ordered him not to have a chance to speak to Ning Tianya. Ning Tianya saw that Ping Xiaoyun suddenly wanted to kill him despite his nice words. He couldn't help but become even more furious and charged forward. Although Ning Tianya was no longer a match for the Dharma Supreme, his strength could still be ranked among the top 3 in the world. Although Ping Xiaoyun was an old monster over 20,000 years old, in terms of strength, he was still inferior to Ning Tianya. However, it was still impossible for Ning Tianya to take him down in a few moves. Suddenly, a young voice shouted, "Beat him up! Beat this old bastard to death. He says nice words, but secretly uses his blade. He's not a good thing. Beat him to death. No need to give me face." From behind Ning Tianya's back, a small head that looked like it was made of jade suddenly stretched out, and a pair of black eyes stared fixedly at Ping Xiaoyun. After a while, he actually said in an old-fashioned manner, "Old Ning, there seems to be something wrong with this guy. He may not be a bad thing." Ning Tianya was already locked in a fierce battle with Ping Xiaoyun. He asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong with him?" Suddenly, an abnormally strong explosion came from behind. It was so loud that everyone almost lost their senses in their ears. It was the only remaining second-grade supreme martial artist of the Zhuge clan, who finally chose to self-destruct when he couldn't hold on any longer. After the self-destruction, a large empty space on the battlefield, Yi Qianxin and the others let out a roar of grief and indignation. At this moment, the dazzling lightning in the sky finally dissipated. In the capital city, a steady and authoritative voice instantly rang out, "Dharma Supreme, tell your men to stop." Then, there was a whoosh sound, and a storm suddenly blew in the sky. The dark clouds that filled the sky were blown away in an instant. A dozen or so black dots appeared in the distant sky. In the next moment, these black dots suddenly appeared in the sky above the battle formation. It was a group of 14 people. There weren't many people in this group, only 14 in total. However, the aura that these 14 people exuded was enough to disperse the dark clouds in the sky. No one knew where it had flown to. Just this momentum alone was enough to make everyone inexplicably shocked. How could such momentum be ordinary? When Ning Tianya arrived, his momentum was unparalleled. Compared to this, it was at most roughly the same. And Ning Tianya was alone. However, there were as many as 14 people here. 14 people who were not inferior to Ning Tianya had come together. Or even beyond that. The moment the 14 of them appeared, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. A trace of a smile flashed in Yi Qianxin's eyes. A trace of relief flashed in his eyes. He suddenly shouted, "Descendant of the Jun family." In the chaotic battle, Jun Shizhu instinctively turned around to look when she heard this. She saw Yi Qianxin, Zhuge Sangqiong, and Shi Paoyang leaping up at the same time. They floated in the air and stared at her. Duke Yu's figure was like lightning, and he quickly wandered around Jun Shizhu. All the law enforcement officers who tried to get close were mercilessly killed by him one by one. He created a relatively safe environment for Jun Shizhu to talk. This old man is the founder of the Yi family, Yi Qianxin. 1,000 years ago, this old man personally planned and created the tragedy that befell the Jun family. My actions were deranged and ungrateful. This old man's heart has remained steadfast to this day. Today, I can see that the descendants of the Jun family are still alive in this world. As expected, the heavens have eyes. I can die without regrets. Today, I will repay the debt of blood to the Jun family right here and now. Yi Qianxin roared, "I will use the entire Yi clan to repay this debt of blood." Is it possible to repay the blood hatred of the Jun family? Zhuge Sangqiong burst into laughter. Zhuge Sangqiong, was also one of the masterminds of that incident back then. Today, I am willing to repay this debt of blood with this crippled body of mine. I will go to Uncle Jun's spirit in heaven and ask for forgiveness. Surpassing, will repay this debt of blood today. Surpassing shouted loudly. Then, the three brothers looked at each other and smiled. They saw the calmness and determination in each other's eyes. At the gate of the capital, a person flew out like a meteor. He screamed in a shrill voice, "Big brother, don't." This person was Ling Muyang. After Chu Yang and the others had broken through, their cultivation had far surpassed Ling Muyang's. Although Chu Yang and the others had arrived earlier, Ling Muyang was still a little late. The fact was that a little bit of difference had already happened. Ling Muyang had just arrived at the city gate when he heard Yi Qinchen's roar. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. He rushed over with all his might. A warm and sincere smile appeared on Yi Qinchen's face. He said, "Muyang, if you have the chance to meet our parents in the future, tell them that we died a long time ago. Don't ever spread this embarrassing news. It'll bring shame to our ancestors." Zhuge Sangqiong and Surpassing nodded and smiled at the same time. "Brother, please." Then, amidst Ling Muyang's heart-wrenching screams, the three people in the sky split into three different directions and rushed down toward the place where the law enforcement officers were the most densely packed. If you do something wrong, you will eventually have to pay the price. You will eventually have to pay back what you owe. Yi Qinchen's laughter filled the whole world and didn't stop for a long time. In the next moment, three extremely powerful explosions rang out at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of smoke and dust rose, covering the sky and the sun within 1,000 miles. A total of 3 second-grade supreme martial artists self-detonated together. In such a densely packed battlefield, there was no time to distinguish between friend and foe. After the self-detonation, more than 100,000 people from both sides were killed. Of course, the law enforcement officers had more people on their side, about a ratio of 7-3. Heaven and earth suddenly fell into silence. Outside the battlefield, Ling Muyang, who was running wildly, was suddenly stunned. Then, he fell to the ground. A second-grade supreme martial artist, a top expert of the generation, actually slipped and fell while running. And he fell in such a sorry state. Then, Ling Muyang sat in a daze for a while. Suddenly, he covered his face with both hands and burst into tears. Chu Yang and the others had just arrived in the sky above the battlefield when such a thing happened. The aftermath of the explosion naturally didn't affect them, but they didn't expect that Yi Qinchen and the others would actually self-detonate even when strong reinforcements arrived and they could already save their lives. They don't want to accept our kindness and are even more unwilling to live under our protection. Mo Tianji was so clever that he had already deduced the whole story in an instant. Chu Yang and the others could only sigh. In the crowd, Jun Shizhu, who had gotten her revenge, didn't feel much joy. Instead, her eyes were a little confused. She just relied on her instincts to kill randomly. Suddenly, she felt that everything in front of her was so illusory. If that was the case, why did they do it in the first place? She had given up everything to do this. The only hope she had was for revenge and to restore the reputation of her family. However, just when she saw hope, all her enemies had disappeared. This result made her feel an extreme sense of loss. Since you feel guilty, why did you do it in the first place? Did I work so hard for so many years just to see you self-detonate today? Seeing that she was a little dazed, Duke Wei could only attack even more tightly to block the enemies and prevent her from getting hurt. At this moment, Jun Shizhu was only relying on her instincts to deal with the enemies. Any high-level supreme martial artist could easily take her life. How could Duke Wei not deal with her carefully? In the distance, the Dharma Supreme stood up gracefully. Then, he took a step forward and was already in the air, standing face-to-face with Chu Yang and the others. Chu Yang, the current Tribulation Swordmaster, congratulations on your great improvement, the Dharma Supreme said with a sigh. Why aren't you asking them to stop? Chu Yang said angrily, "Do you want all the martial artists in the heavenly layer to die? Do you know what you are doing?" The Dharma Supreme shook his head slightly and smiled warmly. "How can I not know what I am doing? Of course I know what I am doing. Swordmaster Chu, you are just unaware. There is no need for these high-level martial artists in the heavenly layer to exist. It is best if they are all dead." Once this sentence came out, everyone present was enraged. The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding. However, Wu Jueqing took a step forward and stopped everyone who was ready to attack. He looked at the Dharma Supreme with a complicated gaze and asked in a deep voice, "Why do you say so?" It was Wu Jueqing who was experienced in worldly affairs. Under such a delicate situation, he calmed everyone's emotions and did not start the battle immediately. Instead, he asked the Dharma Supreme for an explanation. The Dharma Supreme smiled, sighed, and shook his head. Then he said, "Everyone, ever since the Great Change 100,000 years ago, the heavenly layer has become too unbalanced until now. Especially the law enforcement officers, they are already rotten to the core. The political power of a country can only be maintained for a few hundred years at most before it is already rotten to the core. Moreover, the law enforcement officers have been in power for 100,000 years." Once these words came out, Chu Yang and Imo Tianji both showed a thoughtful look. Since ancient times, natural selection and the strong are respected. This law is naturally correct. However, as the population increases, it is gradually no longer applicable. The stronger the person, the more trouble they cause. Chapter 1692. As the Dharma Supreme spoke with a smile, he gestured with both hands. Waves of black fog emanated from his hands and dispersed faintly. Below, the bodies of countless law enforcement officers who were still alive also emitted some black fog. Although it was so faint that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, it was real. The law enforcement force is like a completely rotten regime. After 100,000 years of baptism, it is already time for it to be destroyed. It is just that the heavens did not allow the final tribulation to happen. Now that all of you have come out, I naturally have to destroy them. For a force like this, it is useless to just change a few of its leaders. Since they are going to be destroyed, then I will destroy them from the roots, all of them, together. I will cleanse the whole world thoroughly, bathe the world in blood, and pacify the world." The Dharma Supreme smiled lightly, his eyes full of cruelty and coldness. From top to bottom, from the headquarters of the law enforcement officers to the branches and groups of the law enforcement officers at the lowest level, in 100,000 years, when have we ever treated ordinary people as humans? Even if an ordinary person has a beautiful daughter, she will often be the cause of disaster for the whole family. And how many such things have happened in the past 100,000 years? The law enforcement officers stop others from doing it, but they themselves enjoy it. This kind of law enforcement is already insane. Since that is the case, so what if it is destroyed? Isn't it a blessing for the world? Chu Yang said coldly, "Unfortunately, now that you are bathing the world in blood, how many innocent people will be implicated? Do you know?" The Dharma Supreme said coldly, "Implicate the innocent? That is not important. I am only in charge of bathing the world in blood. Innocent people and whatnot are meaningless to me. If I don't start a world war, how can I completely bathe all the high-level martial artists under the heavens in blood? If I don't kill them all, how can I pacify the world?" The Dharma Supreme burst into laughter. "I am a maniac to begin with, to do such a thing. So what?" The number of people fighting below was getting smaller and smaller. This was the case for both sides. More than 1 million people participated in the super war. At this moment, those who were still alive and standing were no more than 200,000 people. The remaining men of the Yi clan and the martial arts experts in the capital were mostly dead. Only the last, less than 10,000 people, were struggling to hold on. However, they had already been compressed into a small encirclement and kept falling. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang flew down to rescue more than 10,000 people. But the Dharma Supreme, who was still negotiating with Chu Yang and the others in the sky a moment ago, suddenly moved. With a sway of his body, an illusory figure suddenly flew out. The real body of the Dharma Supreme was still in the air, facing off against Chu Yang and the others. However, this illusory figure flew down and actually arrived in front of Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. He flew to the sky above the people who were surrounded, and his hands swept out like a gust of wind. "How dare you!" Gu Duxing flew into a rage. The black dragon sword turned into a rain of swords and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Dong Wushang did not even glance at him. His black saber flicked up and swiftly hacked at the Dharma Supreme's phantom. The full power of the sword and the saber was extremely powerful. It was truly incomparable, and it possessed the momentum to shake the heavens and the earth. Boom! At the moment when the illusory figure of the Dharma Supreme received the combined attack of the saber and sword, unable to withstand it, it shattered violently in the sky like a piece of glass. Although the illusory figure was weak, the fan-shaped attack of the illusory figure still landed. Immediately after, a series of screams sounded, and thousands of people fell down like the autumn wind. The illusory figure of the Dharma Supreme that was casually created actually had such power. One must know that those who could survive until now, even if their physical strength was greatly depleted, still had to reach a certain level of strength. Any one of them was not an ordinary person, but none of them could withstand the power of this palm strike. The voice of the Dharma Supreme came from the sky. "Victory is in sight. Attack with all your might and leave no one alive. Complete this battle as soon as possible at all costs." Boom! Upon hearing this order, the law enforcement officers below seemed to have gone completely mad as they charged towards the remaining 2,000 to 3,000 people. In just a breath's time, the mission was actually completed completely. On the other side, Ning Tianya looked at the palm strike of the Dharma Supreme's phantom, and even the hair all over his body stood up. Then, he let out a sigh. He had always been known as the #1 expert of the heavenly layer, but the attack of the illusory figure created by the Dharma Supreme's real body actually surpassed his full power attack. How could he not be shocked? The Dharma Supreme had actually become so powerful? How could this be? But the truth had already appeared before his eyes. So, he was actually a frog at the bottom of a well? Opposite him, Ping Xiaoyun suddenly stopped his attack and panted violently. His expression was complicated, and white foam was actually slowly coming out from the corners of his mouth. "What's wrong with you?" Ning Tianya frowned and asked. His previous attack was undoubtedly powerful, but Ning Tianya knew that it was impossible for him to take down Ping Xiaoyun in a short period of time. For a veteran expert like Ping Xiaoyun who had lived for thousands of years, he had a long pulse and was best at fighting protracted battles. However, how could such a situation occur before his eyes? It was hard to understand. I was plotted against by the Dharma Supreme and was already unable to control myself. Ping Xiaoyun smiled sadly. I was previously trapped by the Dharma Supreme's demonic technique and was unable to resist. Right now, he has relaxed the suppression on my spirit, which is why I can speak to you like this. Otherwise, I can only fight you to the death. Ning Tianya turned pale with fright. It's the legendary heavenly demon devouring soul? Ping Xiaoyun nodded sadly and said, "The Dharma Supreme is now invincible in the world. In the entire heavens, no one will be his match. He is truly invincible in the world." Ning Tianya's brows were tightly knitted together. High up in the sky, Chu Yang and the rest had already surrounded the Dharma Supreme. Chu Yang's eyes were sharp and cold as he said, "Dharma Supreme, do you really want to annihilate all the high-level martial artists? Wash the world with blood." The Dharma Supreme did not seem to care that he was surrounded by 14 super experts. He still smiled freely and said, "Not counting the lower 3 heavens, even the upper 3 heavens have been cleaned up by me. How can there be any remaining evil in the upper 3 heavens where I am? This seat will not allow anyone on my must-kill list to escape. I am the Dharma Supreme, I am the heavenly demon, and besides, I am also Diwu Chochong." The Dharma Supreme said softly, "I am the heavenly demon destined to destroy the world. I am the Dharma Supreme, no matter how the previous Dharma Supremes were. If the law enforcement officers are corrupted in my hands, they will end in my hands. Also, I am also Diwu Chochong, one of the previous tribulations. Therefore, I have the same obligation to purify this continent. As long as I can achieve my goal, the means are only the process, the results are the most important. Although after today, I may not be the person with the highest authority in the heavens, a world that has been completely destroyed by me. After all the high-level martial artists have been massacred, it will be easier for others to clean it up. At the very least, with so many fewer high-level martial artists, this continent will be easier to manage. The Dharma Supreme laughed. In this war, more than 30 million people have died so far. Among them, 20 million were martial artists above the martial emperor level. All the sins, all the bloodshed, and all the karma will be borne by me alone. It has nothing to do with anyone else. I am the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon is the calamity, plundering, and reorganizing the world. I did it. I will bear it. So what? The Dharma Supreme laughed loudly. Chu Yang and Imo Tianji looked at the Dharma Supreme in front of them. Faced with such a lunatic, they couldn't help but sigh. Now, they really didn't know how to comment on this fellow in front of them. This was a complete contradiction. Just as the Dharma Supreme said, the regime in power in this continent was indeed rotten to the extreme. Other than a few high-level martial artists, it had even been rotten all the way to the lowest level of the law enforcement bureaucrats. Such a regime undoubtedly deserved to be destroyed. However, how could it be destroyed? The privileged class here was all made up of high-level martial artists. This foundation undoubtedly strengthened the stability of its rule. No matter how evil it was, with all the high-level martial artists in it, how could it be overthrown with the power of the common people, let alone destroy it? However, if only a portion of its people were destroyed, it would be impossible to completely eradicate the corruption. The only solution was to destroy and rebuild, and to succeed after defeat. Only by getting rid of all the people in power and re-establishing a new order. Moreover, other than the law enforcement officers, there were also the big clans. The big clans that had been passed down for 10,000 years were also rotten to the extreme. The only solution was to let the dogs bite each other and perish together. There was only one person who could do this, and that was the Dharma Supreme. Other than the Dharma Supreme, even Chu Yang, the master of the Calamity Sword, couldn't do it. To do this, not to mention other things, just the huge number of casualties would be enough to make people shrink back. Who would dare to risk universal condemnation and slaughter tens of millions of people? That was a sin that no one could bear. However, the Dharma Supreme did it in a frenzy. To the Dharma Supreme, this was undoubtedly a super sin of a perverse level. However, this super sin was also an indescribable supreme merit to the later generations for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It was earth-shattering. Imo Tianji pondered and asked, Lord Dharma Supreme, in your opinion, what should this continent do in the future? The Dharma Supreme was surrounded by black gas. He stared at the contemporary think tank for a moment and said, this world can't be completely unified, or rather, it can't be unified. Law enforcement officers can still exist. It's still necessary to have an external check and balance, but it can no longer hold such great power. Imo Tianji said, oh? Establishing countless countries on this continent is the general direction of long-term peace and stability. The black gas in the Dharma Supreme's eyes couldn't see his pupils anymore, but his words were still orderly and his thoughts were very clear. He said, once a country is established, there must be a large number of officials. The officials must manage the people and suppress them level by level. When a country has an opponent, it's another country. If the local people can't make a living, the other country will definitely send troops to destroy them. Only by continuing this cycle can there be peace and survival. Chapter 1693. Perhaps after a very, very long time, there will be a wise and bold ruler who will unite the world once again. However, The continent is so vast that it is impossible for a single country to govern it. As long as it lasts for a little longer, perhaps a few decades or even a few centuries, it will rot again and the power will be scattered everywhere. At that time, the world will fall apart again. This cycle repeats itself. Perhaps in a small part of the Xi'an, the people will fall into hardship, but in most of the Xi'an, they will still live in a peaceful and prosperous place, resting and recuperating. This is the complete way of survival in the continent. The Dharma Supreme smiled coldly and concluded, "The Dharma Supreme's words do make sense." Emo Tianji clapped his hands and said, "What about the law enforcement officers? As I said earlier, the enforcers can exist, but they can't belong to any country. They can only be established outside of the secular world, and they don't care about the affairs of the world. Only when some uncontrollable devil appears in the human world will they come out with their swords. If the rulers of the various countries are dissolute and tyrannical, the law enforcement officers also have the power to set up a monitoring system. If they are not virtuous, they can replace them with other virtuous people." "Great." Emo Tianji's face was full of admiration. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. "It's a pity that the world is destroyed today, and the sins are still heavy." The Dharma Supreme said coldly, "That's right. Someone has to bear this sin eventually. Chu Yang, as the Tribulation Sword Master, you are still too soft-hearted. Thinking back to when the world was unified in the past, which one of them didn't kill until there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood? How many people have you killed in your generation? Since you can't bear to do it, I will lend you a hand." The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "Anyway, my sins are heavy. Even if there are more, it won't be a big deal." Arun smiled strangely and said, "Chu Yang, I have said so much to you, but there may not be a future. If you really want a future, you have to defeat me first. Kill me. You can't defeat me. The future is empty. If I win, this continent will be mine. This continent will be my world. That way, everything on the continent will naturally become a branch of the heavenly demon. It will also be extremely beneficial to my future development." Chu Yang frowned and said, "As expected, you still insist on fighting." The Dharma Supreme laughed heartily. His long hair danced in the air like countless demonic souls, and his eyes shone with malevolence and madness. He said loudly, "Under the heavens, only I am supreme. I want to turn a human into a demon. Everywhere I look, it will be the heavenly devil continent. I want someone to become an adult or a heavenly layer." However, after being a human for so long, I feel that it's better to be a sky fiend, where I can do whatever I want. Do as you please. The Dharma Supreme laughed maniacally as he retreated swiftly. Yu Lingxue, Feng Yuro, Ning Tianya, Ling Muyang, Wu Juecheng. All of you, back off. I don't want to fight with you. Come, come, come. Calamity Sword Master, you alone are no match for me. You have your brothers with you. Come at me together. Come and fight me. Under this sky, I want to witness whether the legend of tribulation can continue to be a legend, or whether the will of the heavens belongs to me. The legend has been written, and today is the final chapter." The Dharma Supreme's figure shot up into the sky like a dark shooting star. A ball of crazy demonic fog exploded, and the entire sky was dyed black. A black that was darker than the night, so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Below, the 200,000 law enforcement officers who were lucky enough to survive on the battlefield all screamed at the same time. Black smoke rose from the top of everyone's head, and countless black smoke gathered towards the Dharma Supreme. Or rather, it flew towards the demonic fog at the end of the sky. After the demonic fog rose, the 200,000 people who screamed all spasmed for a while and fell to the ground. They struggled in pain, screamed, and finally twisted their bodies and stopped moving altogether. The Dharma Supreme actually forcefully gathered the heavenly devil soul that he had planted previously at this moment and destroyed all the heavenly devil soul imprints that he had collected in his body. He had completely wiped out the last bit of strength of the remaining law enforcement officers. It wasn't just here. Even the law enforcement officers who were scattered all over the place to hunt down the remaining members of the big clans also strangely fell to the ground at the same moment, and then they stopped breathing. In the capital, a patch of the darkest black gas rose. Those were the law enforcement officers that the Dharma Supreme had sent to exterminate the Yi clan. They were also killed at the same moment. In a dense forest, Yi Shiyu was covered in blood, and he was fleeing pathetically. His heart was filled with endless despair. He had come out to look for medicinal herbs for his aunt, Yi Chuchen, and finally found them. Before he could rejoice, he was chased by the law enforcement officers. Until now, Yi Shiyu didn't even know what had happened. He had been fleeing and fighting all the way. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Behind him, the two law enforcement officers were getting closer and closer, and the sinister smiles on their faces could be seen clearly. Yi Shiyu lost all his strength and fell to the ground. He laughed bitterly. I didn't expect that Yi Shiyu, would actually die here. It's a pity that my aunt's medicine has arrived. The two of them came at lightning speed and laughed. Yi Shiyu, Yi Sanggong, give me your lives. Their swords and sabers shone and slashed down rapidly. Yi Shiyu laughed bitterly and closed his eyes. But after waiting for a while, they still didn't arrive. What pain! He couldn't help but feel curious. He opened his eyes and saw that the two of them had an extremely fearful look on their faces. They raised their swords but couldn't bring them down. They stood in a weird posture, and then a puff of black smoke came out of their heads. The next moment, they fell to the ground, spasmed and twisted a few times, and then stopped moving. Dead? Yi Shiyu sat on the ground and looked at the two of them weakly. He didn't even have the strength to go forward and check. Seeing that the two of them were indeed motionless and their bodies were gradually stiffening, he was sure that they were really dead. The mountain breeze blew, and Yi Shiyu felt cold all over. He couldn't help but pat his chest and cry out in relief. Mamma mia! Thank goodness they're dead. I was really scared to death just now. His old illness had actually relapsed in his surprise. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a trap. Oh my, did something really happen? Looks like I have to go back and take a look. Yi Shiyu finally stood up, shaking his but delicately. He had made up his mind. Despite the pain all over his body, he couldn't help but cry again. I'll never come out again. It wasn't just here. The same thing happened to countless people in the entire continent, on the battlefield. Ha 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 ha. How satisfying. How satisfying. The Dharma Supreme laughed maniacally in the midst of the demonic fog. Chu Yang was furious. His tribulation sword flashed and appeared in his hand. He shouted, Brothers, follow me. With a flash of light and the sound of thunder, Chu Yang took the lead and charged into the demonic fog with his sword. Mo Tianji and the rest followed suit. Wu Jueqing and Moonbreeze were also furious. They flew after them, intending to lend Chu Yang and the rest a hand to kill the Dharma Supreme. However, when they arrived outside the demonic fog, Wu Jueqing and the rest discovered to their surprise that they were isolated by an invisible barrier. They couldn't enter. It wasn't just them. Even Mo Lei and Chu Lu who had advanced together with them, couldn't enter when they arrived at the boundary of this demonic fog. This demonic fog actually prohibited anyone other than the current Tribulation Sword Master and Tribulation from entering. Only 10 people could enter. Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Mo Tianji, Mo Qingwu, Luo Kadi, GMO, Ao Sheyun, Rui Budong, and Xie Danqiang. Moonbreeze and the rest were even more furious when they saw this. They used all their means and attacked the black fog madly. However, no matter how powerful their attacks were, when they landed on this demonic fog, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no trace of them at all. Ha ha ha. The Dharma Supreme's laughter could be heard from inside. You don't have to waste your efforts anymore. The power of the dead souls gathered from the more than 30 million dead souls in this battle has all been used by me to construct this barrier. You won't be able to break it. In this world, there is no other person who can understand the power of tribulation better than me. Wu Jueqing was the first to retreat. He sighed sadly. The Dharma Supreme was right. In this world, there was indeed no other person who could understand the power of tribulation better than him. In this aspect, Ning Tianya couldn't do it. Moonbreeze couldn't do it. Although Diwu Qingru was widely acknowledged as the wise man of the world, he wasn't a tribulation and couldn't understand it at all. Mo Tianji, who was also the brains of tribulation, couldn't do it either because he was young. In this aspect, the Dharma Supreme had tens of thousands of years of experience. Even the Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang couldn't do it. The reason was the same as Mo Tianji's. How could 3 to 5 years of experience compare to tens of thousands of years of tireless experience? The gap between them was obvious. Originally, there was an exception, Wu Jueqing. As one of the previous tribulations, he had lived longer than the Dharma Supreme. Unfortunately, he didn't rely on his brains to make a living. No matter what, he couldn't be compared to the brains of tribulation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the demonic fog in the sky started to fluctuate. As it fluctuated, it actually rose higher and higher. Clearly, the people inside had started to fight. Everyone looked worried. Chula grabbed Wu Jueqing's sleeves tightly and asked, "Teacher, are Big Brother and the rest all right?" Mo looked over with concern. Although the two girls also knew that Wu Jueqing didn't know the inside story, they still hoped to get a definite answer so that they could be at ease. Wu Jueqing heaved a long sigh and said seriously, "They will definitely be fine. The legend of tribulation isn't something that can be rewritten." At this moment, perhaps only Wu Jueqing could truly understand what the Dharma Supreme was up to. At the end of the day, they were the same kind of people. But it was also precisely because of this that Wu Jueqing felt all the more bitter and sorrowful in his heart, unable to bear it any longer. Corpses were strewn all over the place, stretching for thousands of miles. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. "Let's deal with the corpses first," said Wu Jueqing. Chapter 1694. Looking at the fire not far away that was still burning because of the kerosene, everyone didn't know what to feel. Tens of millions of heroes were burned to the ground just like that. Such a scene truly caused one to have no choice but to look up to the sky and sigh endlessly. In the sky, in the demonic fog, the Dharma Supreme stood with his hands behind his back. For the first time, his body exuded a strong fighting spirit and endless murderous aura. "Let's fight." Chu Yang looked at him with an unusually complicated expression. He said in a low voice, "Dharma Supreme, do we really have to do this?" The Dharma Supreme chuckled, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "Don't think that my act of exterminating the world is really to earn some great merit. I'm doing good, right? Ha ha ha. Chu Yang, let me tell you, today, either you die or I die. Either you rule the world, or I poison the world." Chu Yang took a deep breath and shouted, "All right, since that's the case, let's fight to the death." The Calamity Sword flashed, and an extremely strong and awe-inspiring sword in tint appeared in the air. A blazing white sword light spanned hundreds of feet, shining brightly. Gu Duxing slowly drew out the black dragon sword and held it horizontally across his chest. Dong Wushang raised his black saber lightly, the blade facing outwards, shining brightly. Mo Tianji flipped his wrist, and a purple jade flute suddenly appeared. Mo Qingwu's red sleeves fluttered, and the saber light of the Qingwu dream saber was like a dream. Ao Xiayan let out a long roar, and his body suddenly spread out, turning into a golden dragon that was 400 to 500 feet long. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, soaring into the air. Rue Batong let out a sigh, and a brilliant light bloomed in the air. A beautiful seven-colored phoenix stood in the air. Jimo's hand slowly pressed on the hilt of his sword. Luo Kadi stood on his left and right, their swords already buzzing in their hands. Xia Danqiong took a step back. His fair fingers flashed, and a flower suddenly appeared on it. Viburnum flower. On his fingertips, it whirled, reflecting a dazzling and mysterious color. Chu Yang gave the order, and the 10 people on his side spread out with a swoosh. They formed a big circle, facing each other, but also forming an encirclement. Ambush from all sides. one person in charge. And the person in charge, of course, it was Chu Yang. There was no arrangement, but the position that everyone occupied was the most suitable place for them. The main attacker was Chu Yang. The three main attackers were Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Rui Butong. The three assistants were Gmo Luokadi, Ao Xieyang. The person at the back was Imo Qingwu. The person at the center was Imo Tianji. The one who was wandering outside was Xie Danqiang, the viburnum flower. There was an invisible and inextricable connection between everyone and any other person. If one person moved, all 10 of them would move, and one person would receive the force. Collective relief. Such a formation, even in the eyes of the Dharma Supreme, was flawless. Once the formation was formed, an overwhelming pressure rushed toward the Dharma Supreme. Clouds and mist swirled wildly, and black gas wreaked havoc everywhere. Today's battle will put an end to the past. The Dharma Supreme laughed maniacally, his voice shaking the sky. Tribulation Sword Master. Calamity Sword. Suddenly, his entire body shook. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and then floated in the air. His long hair suddenly flew up and fluttered in the air. The Dharma Supreme raised his head abruptly. His pitch-black eyes pierced through the air and landed on the 10 of them. A powerful aura, as if it could destroy the world, rose, driven by his aura. Even though Chu Yang and the rest had improved their cultivation, they still could not help but feel their clothes fluttering behind them. Everyone felt as if they were facing a level 12 storm. Their mouths and noses froze for a moment. In the eyes of Chu Yang and the others, the current Dharma Supreme was more like a demon god that had suddenly emerged from the Netherland. With boundless darkness, boundless murderous aura, and unparalleled terrifying power, he had arrived in a domineering manner. This was a strange battle that surpassed the limits, and even surpassed everything that was known. Whether it was the Dharma Supreme or Chu Yang's group of people, everyone had already surpassed the limits of the heavenly layer. However, they knew nothing about their current level and the levels that they would reach in the future. It was the same for each other. No one knew what level they were at now. They also did not know what level the other party was at. However, the intuition of a martial artist could clearly sense that the other party was very powerful. Chu Yang could even feel that even though they had gone through such a huge upgrade, they were still slightly inferior to the Dharma Supreme who had absorbed the entire extraterrestrial demon. This was not too unexpected. Previously, the Sword Spirit had already predicted that the extraterrestrial demon was a super expert who had reached the heavenly layer. Even though the Dharma Supreme might not reach the peak of the extraterrestrial demon's strength after absorbing all of it, it would not be too far off. Even though the effects of the Heaven-Earth Mystery Yellow Fruit were amazing, by the time Chu Yang and the rest consumed it, most of its effects had already dissipated. Moreover, it was divided among the 14 of them. Even though the 14 of them had improved greatly and broken through the limits of the heavenly layer, their actual progress would probably stop at the earth layer. Therefore, Chu Yang felt that there was still a gap between him and the Dharma Supreme. However, Chu Yang was not afraid of this. At the moment when the group of brothers took out their weapons at the same time, the 10 of them all rose in their hearts. The same confidence rose in them. We will definitely win this battle. This was an extremely subtle and mystical feeling. So what if your demonic prowess is overwhelming? So what if your demonic prowess is unparalleled? Because I have my brothers by my side. My everything, is by my side. Facing the Dharma Supreme's overwhelming and terrifying pressure, Chu Yang suddenly felt a sense of heroism. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet." This sentence was not only an exhalation, but also a command to attack. The 10 of them moved together. The Calamity Sword shone brightly. Suddenly, 10,000 rays of cold light illuminated the sky. It was as if cold stars had suddenly appeared in the dark night sky. Although they couldn't completely disperse the darkness, they couldn't block out the specks of starlight even though it was pitch black. Chu Yang leaped up with his sword and took the lead to attack. Gu Duxing's gaze was as sharp as a sword. His body stood straight, and the next moment, he turned into a sword light that left his hand. Sword of solitude, unruffled heart. The two peerless sword experts attacked with all their might. The Dharma Supreme understood the Calamity Sword technique the most. To him, this type of sword technique was the greatest threat, but also the least. Seeing Chu Yang attack, he shouted, "Good move!" A black shadow flashed and was about to attack. Previously, when he faced the Calamity Sword technique, he still had to carefully choose the right time and set up the corresponding targeted strategy. But now, the Dharma Supreme, whose strength was much higher, did not need to worry so much. The Dharma Supreme was confident that even if his targeted counterattack could not defeat Chu Yang's attack, it could at least gain the upper hand and dominate the battle. However, there was a change, because Gu Duxing had also arrived at the right time. The Dharma Supreme frowned. He could be said to understand all the changes of the Calamity Sword technique, but the moment Gu Duxing attacked, he actually lost control of the Calamity Sword technique, causing the entire battle to become confusing. The power of the Calamity Sword technique, with the cooperation of the Calamity Brothers, actually increased by several times. Gu Duxing's attack behind him was obviously not the Calamity Sword technique, but it gave the Dharma Supreme a real feeling of what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world. This unusually real feeling was as if there were two masters of the Calamity Sword attacking him at the same time, one from the front and one from the back. They were both so sharp and so powerful, and this strange feeling had never appeared before, even when his brothers were still together. This unexpected change made the Dharma Supreme feel as if he could no longer control the entire battle. Strange. Demonic fog gushed out of the Dharma Supreme's body. His left hand pushed horizontally, and his right hand struck back. The whole sky suddenly exploded, and the mountains and rivers shook at the same time. The Dharma Supreme's two hands were facing Chu Yang's Calamity Sword and Gu Duxing's Black Dragon Sword. However, his left hand was pushing horizontally, and actually found the edge of the Calamity Sword in an impossible situation and pushed along it. The sharpness of the Calamity Sword was something that even the Dharma Supreme did not dare to recklessly try. Chu Yang suddenly felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling of defeat. The sword momentum that should have been completed in one go suddenly had a feeling that he had found the wrong direction and that his hand had slipped. He couldn't help but rush towards the other side along with his sword. On the other side, the Dharma Supreme's right hand also collided fiercely with the tip of Gu Duxing's Black Dragon Sword. Other than the Calamity Sword, the Dharma Supreme no longer cared about any other divine weapons, even if it was a rare divine sword controlled by an expert at the pinnacle of the sword. Fist and sword collided. Both of their bodies shook violently at the same time. Both of them were dressed in black robes, and at this moment, they actually bulged backwards at the same time. The Dharma Supreme's long hair suddenly floated up, and black lightning suddenly appeared in his eyes, flashing away. That was a strong sense of shock. As for Gu Duxing, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His right hand that was holding the sword almost lost all feeling, and his body unconsciously leaned back slightly. Then, he forcibly stopped himself, but still involuntarily floated back 3 steps, a dark red color flashing across his face. Gu Duxing's strength had undoubtedly improved a lot, but there was still a considerable gap between him and the Dharma Supreme now. Watch my saber. Dong Wushang's black saber was already coming down, the saber light awe-inspiring and domineering beyond compare. The Dharma Supreme snorted coldly, still not retreating, and punched fiercely on the saber edge. With a sound, Dong Wushang's majestic body also trembled a little, and the black saber rebounded, almost smashing the back of the saber on Dong Wushang's own forehead. Dong Wushang roared indignantly and exerted strength again, slashing down with all his might. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 consecutive saber attacks came. The Dharma Supreme laughed. Satisfying. He still didn't dodge, and punched 3 times consecutively, all landing on the saber edge. The sharp and heavy black saber slashed on the surface of his fist, but only a faint white line appeared, and then disappeared. Dong Wushang roared loudly, and was sent flying into the sky by the unusually strong force of the fist. At the same time, a brilliant viburnum flower bloomed in front of the Dharma Supreme without any warning. In the dazzling bloom, thousands of sharp blades cut indiscriminately at the Dharma Supreme from top to bottom. Chapter 1695. The viburnum flower came at an incredible speed, and its attack range was even wider. The Dharma Supreme tilted his body, and his entire body abruptly straightened, colliding head-on with Emo Tianji's purple jade flute and kicking the viburnum flower that was still blooming behind him. Under Xie Danqiong's incredulous gaze, the viburnum flower actually flew back with a swoosh. Xie Danqiong knew very well that under this attack of his, the viburnum flower had rotated with all kinds of force and angles, a total of 72,000 times. Under such complicated changes, the Dharma Supreme was actually able to accurately kick the core of the flower. That was not all. What was even more shocking was that although the viburnum flower that was kicked back had less changes, the number of spins had increased to 80,000 times. Behind him, Emo Tianji, who seemed to be the Dharma Supreme's vital point, also staggered backward. Emo Tianji's purple jade flute had just hit the back of the Dharma Supreme's head, but the landing point was poles apart from Emo Tianji's initial landing point. Emo Tianji's initial target was the Dharma Supreme's back precisely, so that he could coordinate with Xie Danqiong's viburnum flower attack, completely locking onto the Dharma Supreme from the front and back. Unexpectedly, the Dharma Supreme's reaction speed was godly, and the way he reacted was even more surprising. Not only did he easily break through Xie Danqiong's viburnum flower, he even head-on collided with Emo Tianji's purple jade flute. In this collision, Emo Tianji only felt that his purple jade flute was completely ineffective. Immediately after, he felt an abundant and irresistible force counterattack and immediately retreated. Xia and Emo had just retreated when Ao Xian activated his unique dragon-shaped force. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a huge dragon that was roaming the skies. The huge dragon body suddenly rolled towards the Dharma Supreme. Taking advantage of the fact that the Dharma Supreme's body was still lying flat, Ao Xian wrapped around the Dharma Supreme like a huge snake. Two hands viciously grabbed at the Dharma Supreme's eyes that were filled with black gas. The Dharma Supreme's body shook and dense demonic aura suddenly erupted. The huge dragon instantly vanished into thin air. Ao Xian let out a cry and retreated in a flash. At this moment, Rui Batong flapped his wings and swooped down. His two sharp phoenix claws had already collided with the Dharma Supreme's hands. His sharp beak fiercely pecked, and at the same time, a blazing white nirvana flame violently spewed out. The Dharma Supreme exerted strength in his hands and borrowed the force to move. His entire body slid out from below like a fish. With a backhand, his palm landed squarely on Rui Budong's phoenix butt. Rui Batong let out a strange shriek and rushed out like a soaring cloud. Ao Xian, who had just gotten up, was knocked to the ground. Ao Xian shouted, "What the fuck? My butt!" Scram! Ao Xian kicked him away in annoyance. The Dharma Supreme slid backward, facing the combined attack of GMO and Luo Kadi, man and sword as one. It was a pity that their cultivation levels were still insufficient. The Dharma Supreme did not dodge or evade. His left hand went up against GMO, and his right hand went up against Luo Kadi. Once again, he chose to fight head-on. In addition, he even had the time to kick out with his leg, easily deflecting Emo Qingwu's dreaming of a gentle dance saber. However, right in front of him, Chu Yang flashed over with his sword like a bolt of lightning. The Dharma Supreme's calm expression instantly turned solemn. Dealing with GMO and Luo Kadi's attacks and deflecting Xiao Wu's saber at the same time, he lost his balance and flipped over in an almost impossible position. With a spin, he broke through Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's saber and sword attacks from both sides again. With a swipe of his finger, a black long sword finally appeared in his hand, swaying elegantly like a folding fan. It faced Chu Yang's Calamity Sword head-on. This sword of Chu Yang's was the combination of all four sword techniques from the sword point into one. It was as powerful as thunder, unparalleled in its sharpness. The Dharma Supreme had just stood up when the sword light of the four combined techniques was already in front of him. With a few cracking sounds, the front half of the Dharma Supreme's black long sword broke instantly and then completely shattered. However, the Dharma Supreme did not seem to be surprised at all. He laughed loudly. As expected of the Calamity Sword, an old friend I haven't seen in a long time, the greatest help in the past, and the most deadly enemy in the present. The remaining half of the sword was still resisting the attacks of the Calamity Sword. The half of the sword continued to shatter, and with the recoil, the Dharma Supreme flew backward violently. Faced with this move of Chu Yang's, the Dharma Supreme, who had just experienced the consecutive attacks of the Calamity Sword, could only choose to avoid it temporarily. With a long whistle, Gu Duxing's sword, Dong Wushang's saber, Xie Danqiong's viburnum flower, and Mo Tianji's purple jade flute once again struck the Dharma Supreme's body from four directions. However, even though they had already struck the Dharma Supreme's body, the four weapons seemed to have been defeated. There were only four soft sounds and no other gains. As the Dharma Supreme attacked and retreated rapidly, the four of them even felt an unusually strong recoil force. They could not stabilize their bodies and were sent flying in all directions together with their weapons. The Dharma Supreme could not help but let out a muffled groan. The strange black fog around him instantly exploded and his body suddenly disappeared. Then, with a flash, he reappeared in another direction far away from the battlefield. He shouted, "Good sword. Is it Gu Duxing's sword?" Gu Duxing's face was no longer as rosy as before due to the recoil. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" The Dharma Supreme stared at him coldly. With a flip of his hand, his sleeves lifted up with a swoosh, revealing his arm. On his forearm, a wound slowly widened. Black blood flowed out from the wound and dripped down along the Dharma Supreme's arm, turning into a rising demonic fog. It turned out that the joint attack of the four earlier was not completely fruitless. The Dharma Supreme was he had also suffered some minor injuries. "Little Gu, I didn't expect your sword to already have a sword soul." The Dharma Supreme's eyes were somewhat surprised. He said, "Although the sword soul is still weak and has not even fully awakened, but since it exists, it can hurt me. Gu Duxing, you are very impressive. I have underestimated you previously." Gu Duxing was shocked and then overjoyed. Previously, Chu Yang had already shared the matter of the weapon soul with his brothers. Unfortunately, their martial arts were not strong enough, and the degree of compatibility and communication with them was also far from enough. Their respective weapons were still far from the level of spiritual communication. Although they all had a certain concept of the weapon soul, no one could truly feel what a weapon soul was. However, Gu Duxing's black dragon sword was an exception. Ever since Gu Duxing made his debut, he only had this sword with him. It could be said that the existence closest to Gu Duxing was neither the King of Hell nor Sister Xiao Miao, but this black dragon sword. It had accompanied Gu Duxing all the way to his improvement and growth. In this period of time, the black dragon sword had been constantly modified by Chu Yang and nourished by Gu Duxing's spirit. It had actually started to develop the consciousness of a sword soul. Chu Yang said solemnly, "Dharma Supreme, you are indeed impressive. The 10 of us have joined forces to attack you, and we have already gone all out without holding back. Yet, you only suffered such a minor injury. Just based on your cultivation alone, I, Chu Yang, have to admit that I am impressed." Hearing this, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the rest were all shocked. That's right, the Tribulation's Swordmaster and Tribulations. The 10 of them attacked together as if they were of one mind. The Dharma Supreme took almost all of the attacks head-on, yet he only suffered such a minor injury. Moreover, this was after the 10 of them had greatly improved their cultivation. They had already far surpassed the limits of the heavenly layer and were able to break through the void. How strong was the Dharma Supreme's strength? The Dharma Supreme smiled and stood with his hands behind his back. Although the Khanate heavenly demon is already damaged, his strength was definitely very strong when he was in the imperial court. However, What I devoured was his spirit. Although his spirit was greatly damaged, it was still much stronger than his physical body. After digesting all of it, I now have almost 30% of his strength when he was at his peak. Although your cultivations have greatly increased compared to before, which is already an unimaginable progress, you are still lacking when it comes to killing me. Chu Yang snorted coldly and said, Lacking? That may not be the case. The Dharma Supreme laughed loudly. The black fog suddenly spread. Suddenly, his body shook and 10 Dharma Supremes appeared at the same time. They attacked the 10 of them at the same time in the thick fog. Although he was alone, he actually chose to split himself and attack first by dividing his strength. Kill! Chu Yang yelled. The people below watched as the black fog in the sky slowly rose and changed its shape. At first, it filled the sky, but after it rose, it turned into a huge black cloud in the sky. Everyone's mood was extremely solemn. Occasionally, there would be a loud noise or a roar from inside. The ground, which was a distance away, would tremble uniformly. To be able to cause such signs, how powerful was the source? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. If this unprecedented battle of the century happened on flat ground, no one would be able to survive within a radius of thousands of miles. The only result would be that everyone would be shaken to death. Ning Tianya looked at the sky in a daze and said, Such a battle appearing in the heavens continent. It really makes one. He shook his head and didn't continue. But behind him, a tender voice let out a long sigh and continued for him. It really makes one lose confidence. Supreme martial artist Ning's face turned red instantly. A little boy's head popped out from behind him. His eyes were sparkling as he looked at the people in front of him. He was simply beautiful to the extreme, and also extremely cute to the extreme. She had a soft and tender face, pitch black hair, and lips that were as red as ripe cherries. She blinked her eyes, and her eyelids were still not fully formed. They were pink and tender, and in an instant, everyone present was overwhelmed by her cuteness. He was really too adorable. How could there be such an adorable little boy in the world? Chu Luer, Emole and Feng Yuro's eyes lit up at the same time. Wow! Chu Luer screamed. So cute! Feng Yuro rushed up and asked anxiously, Who is this? He's really cute. She suddenly realized, Ning Tianya, this isn't your son, right? You've been avoiding us for such a long time. So you've been avoiding giving birth to him? You actually gave birth to such an adorable child. I've really underestimated you. Chapter 1696. Everyone was stunned. What was this? Why was he a little ancestor? What kind of seniority was this? Feng Yuro was so happy that she clapped her hands and said, Can't you give birth to such a beautiful child? Baby, let Annie hug you. Okay? Feng Yuro had been longing for a child for more than 10,000 years. Now that she saw such a cute little fellow, her maternal instincts that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years exploded. The little fellow tilted his head and looked at Feng Yuro with his black eyes. He thought to himself, This auntie is really pretty. Although she's not as pretty as my mother, she's still a great beauty. Hug me, E2. Wild. Kue Tun and Kue Field Ming yes Shadow Xia too. This old man stinks, BR, so he naturally reached out his hand to agree. Feng Yuro was instantly very excited. She carefully carried a certain child over and kissed him on the cheek. Instantly, the texture was so good that she couldn't help but kiss him twice more. She couldn't stop smiling. The little fellow exclaimed and wiped his face. He complained, I'm a clean freak. Feng Yuro didn't care that he was a clean freak. She kissed him a few more times and didn't let go of him. She pinched his nose and teased him. The little fellow was helpless. What's wrong with this auntie? Has she never seen a cute baby before? Who is this little fellow? If he's not your son, you should know where he's from, right? Yu Lingxue wanted to tease him too, but he restrained himself. This little fellow is Chu Yang's son. Ning Tianya sighed. This little fellow is simply a little devil. He's my elder brother's son? Chulu's big black eyes froze in shock. She said in disbelief, "My elder brother actually has a son? Oh my God. But how can this be? It can't be. He doesn't have a son." Ning Tianya said disdainfully, "You're so young, and yet you have so many problems. Your elder brother is so flirtatious. Why are you making such a fuss?" The little fellow turned his head away from Feng Yuro's arms and said angrily, "Old Ning, how dare you scold my father?" Ning Tianya's face turned green. He really shut his mouth. He looked around the world. The person that Ning Tianya feared the most wasn't the Dharma Supreme or Chu Yang, but this seemingly adorable baby. At this moment, Chu Luer rushed over, grinning from ear to ear. "I was wondering why I felt so close to you the moment I saw you. So you're my nephew, little fellow? Quick, call me Auntie. I'm your Aunt Luer." The little fellow blinked and said hesitantly, "If I call you Auntie, what do I get for it?" Chu Luer was embarrassed. Chu Luer definitely had a lot of good stuff, but it seemed like there was really nothing suitable for such a big child. However, he was feeling very good in his heart. That little girl Imo Qingwu actually wanted to be my elder sister-in-law. Now, my elder brother even has a son. Let's see how she can be my elder sister-in-law. It was a pity that she was not Sister Z's child. Elder Sister Z would be the eldest, and this little one's mother would be the second. Imo Qingwu would at most be the third. Maybe she would even be the fourth. Below, because of the sudden appearance of this little fellow, everyone was discussing fervently. The atmosphere was very lively in an instant, almost neglecting the battle of the century that was in full swing in the sky. It was just that everyone seemed to have neglected a very important point. How could this little fellow, who was only 2 or 3 years old, endure such a strong stench of blood? Previously, Ning Tianya was carrying the little fellow on his back as he fought with Ping Xiaoyun. In the high-intensity battle atmosphere formed by 2 second-grade supreme martial artists, even an ordinary 8th-grade supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to interfere, right? Above. The YJNG of the battle gradually reached a critical juncture. After a series of battles, everyone was injured, including the Dharma Supreme. Right now, his body was also riddled with injuries. This wise man, whose name shook the heavens in the past, didn't use any scheming at all in this battle. He only relied on his instincts to meet everyone's attacks head-on. Even the head-on clashes with the Calamity Sword were no exception. This kind of battle style was what Dong Wushang was best at. But the Dharma Supreme was Diwu Chochang, the former think tank of the Calamity Sword. Using such a barbaric battle style should have been something he disdained the most. But now, it was actually happening. This result was really incomprehensible. Just like that, the continuous tough battles caused everyone to expend a lot of energy. After 3 hours of battle, even Imo Qingwu had to fight the Dharma Supreme fiercely for more than 10 times. As for Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the rest, they fought the Dharma Supreme without regard for their own lives countless times. Especially Chu Yang. The Dharma Supreme seemed to have a special affection for him. Most of the fights were on the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and held on bitterly. But the newly increased cultivation in his body was rapidly fusing completely with his body. Then, it condensed. After every fight with Chu Yang, there would always be a strange look in the depths of the Dharma Supreme's eyes. Every time he clashed with the Tribulation Sword, the Dharma Supreme's body would be riddled with scars. Although the scars weren't very big, scars were still scars. However, there was still an extremely strange and complicated look in the depths of his eyes. Even his heart was like a huge wave that surged to the heavens, surging violently. Endless sadness and nostalgia, countless unforgettable memories, surged into his heart at this moment. "Boss, I fought with the Calamity Sword again. Back then, how many times did we fight?" "Back then, you used to think that I used my brain for everything. You thought that violence was necessary. My methods were still slightly weak against the enemy. So you fought with me countless times. Every time, you forced me to fight with force. Every time, it was like this. Now, The Calamity Sword wielded by the current Calamity Sword Master is fighting with me again. Do you know how much I miss you? How much I miss my brothers? Now that the Calamity Sword is in front of me, I can feel that familiar pain. The pain makes my heart ache. Who is it? Boss. It's really you who is standing in front of me again. The Dharma Supreme had been smiling the whole time. His smile was casual and carefree. All the bitterness and pain, all the nostalgia, all the deep friendship were suppressed by him. They were all suppressed in the bottom of his heart. However, this kind of suppression, especially in such a familiar scene, made his heart feel even more bitter and unbearable. Gradually, it accumulated to a point where it could no longer be suppressed and exploded. It could no longer be suppressed. The Dharma Supreme could feel the murderous aura on the surface gradually dissipating. The tip of his nose was a little sore, and his eyes were a little dry. Boss, I hope that after today, my brothers will fly to heaven forever, while I will be alone with my melancholy. Diwu Chochong. Ha ha ha, my name is so good. It turns out that in this life of mine, I can't help but be filled with melancholy. Both parties were almost at the end of their rope. The Dharma Supreme, who was continuously injured, had black blood flowing out of his mouth. However, he was still laughing heartily. Arun leaped into the air, and with a swoosh, the surrounding black fog was absorbed into his body in an instant. Chu Yang, a bunch of robbers, looks like you are destined to be no match for me. Let me send you all on your way. The legend of tribulation will become a true legend from now on. The Dharma Supreme howled at the sky, trying his best to dissipate all the melancholy in his heart with this howl. He tried his best to turn the tears in his eyes into a roar. They had arrived at Shjan. He had enough for this life. All of a sudden, a storm was brewing. The Dharma Supreme's strongest aura was released without reservation at this moment, causing the space in front of him to tremble. There were even some cracks that appeared in the space. Obviously, the Dharma Supreme was impatient to continue fighting with them. He wanted to end the battle with one strike. Chu Yang took a deep breath and looked at the Dharma Supreme with a sharp gaze. He said indifferently, "We brothers have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Dharma Supreme, come. Let's see who the heavens will belong to and who will become a legend." Gu Duxing laughed loudly. The black dragon sword flew into the air and stopped. The Dharma Supreme was trying his best to prepare for the final strike, but Chu Yang and the rest were doing the same too. Everyone was saving their trump cards, waiting for the final strike. The Dharma Supreme waved his hands, and a large amount of solid fog spread out from his arms. Finally, it condensed into two huge wings. He flapped them in the air. That strong murderous aura almost affected everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. This was a strike that was determined to kill. Before the move was made, the aura was already there, shocking the world. The next moment, the Dharma Supreme was like a great rock with wings that covered the sky. With a force that could crush mountains and surpass the heavens, he slowly pressed down with boundless coldness. Everyone could clearly feel the Dharma Supreme's determination to finish this battle in one stroke. The formation of the 10 people was actually broken apart at this moment. Everyone could feel that although the Dharma Supreme was facing everyone, his real target was only one, Chu Yang. Everyone rushed over with all their might. However, illusions kept appearing from the Dharma Supreme's body to meet them. The illusions shattered one by one, but more were created. Not only was his actual strength depleted, but it also became more and more violent and powerful. That sudden murderous aura that could freeze one's soul made everyone's hair stand on end. Chu Yang looked up and roared. The Calamity Sword instantly shone brightly. At this moment, Chu Yang activated all the heaven-splitting divine technique and emptied all the primordial real silk in his dantian. They poured into the Calamity Sword. At this moment, the Calamity Sword finally unleashed its true power. At this moment, the light of the Calamity Sword filled the entire universe, completely overshadowing the sun. The sword aura spanned 30,000 miles. The sword light shot straight to the 10 prefectures. This was the true ultimate form of the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. The calamity sword in his hand danced slowly like the sun in the sky, faster and faster. In an instant, the light of the sword aura actually shone on the world. The calamity sword technique. There were a total of 32 moves in the calamity sword technique. Together with the 4 moves that Chu Yang had created, they were all unleashed in that instant. A total of 30 moves to kill. Chapter 1697. In the face of the Dharma Supreme's all-out attack, only the catastrophe sword could block it. No other weapon would do. Moreover, Chu Yang seemed to be able to sense that although the Dharma Supreme's attack seemed to be aimed at everyone on his side, there was only one true target, himself. The Dharma Supreme had stopped Gu Duxing and the rest from attacking, and Chu Yang himself would not allow his brothers to throw their lives away at this moment. Not everyone had the heavenly divine technique, not everyone had the catastrophe sword, and not everyone had the primordial real silk in their dantian. If death is inevitable in this battle, then I shall go first. A ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? A sharp will buried deep does not change, gathering wind and clouds to become the emperor. The tip of the sword. A sword blade that has been famous since ancient times, whistling winds and clouds from the west to the east. The sun and moon are my generals, cleaving mountains and breaking peaks. The tip of the sword. A blade that crosses the sky for 10,000 autumns. This road leads to the netherworld, cutting off the passers-by of the mortal world. Where the edge of the sword reaches, everything ends. The blade of the sword. Iron walls and bronze walls are never at rest. What more can one ask for in life? Clouds and clouds gather. As long as I am alive, there will be no worries. The guard of the sword. The hidden light of the blade is hidden in the night, strategizing for days and months. I would rather hide my entire life in exchange for the killing frenzy of the heavens. The sword pommel. I hold the power of life and death in my hands. Closing my fingers, the heavens are about to fall. The clouds gather after the tribulation. Blood is as black as ink outside the heavens. The sword hilt, big and unsharp, the heavens are about to sink. No blade, no cold, the sword intent is dense. Life and death is the first thing. Only the vicissitudes of life know the silence of the soul. The sword head, light as a dream, dancing enchantingly in the sea of blood and mountains of bones. Holding the sword for 1,000 miles, not to be questioned, accompanying in life and death to the heavens. The sword tassel. In the palm, corpses as tall as mountains. Under the sword, a pool of blood surges like waves. The mortal world is the path of ruthlessness, slaying the world without retracting the blade. Self-created. A total of 30 sword moves, at this moment, directly formed a storm that engulfed the heavens and the earth. The true meaning of the catastrophe sword technique, in this instant, exploded to the extreme and was completely unleashed. Faced with the Dharma Supreme's earth-shattering attack, Chu Yang also pushed his own strength to the limit, even exceeding the limit. He waved his sword like a madman. Even Chu Yang himself didn't notice that at this moment, a mysterious purple color was hidden in the endless light emitted by the calamity sword. The endless light almost covered the entire sky. The sword energy shot out first. Like a divine dragon, he gained the upper hand by a show of strength. Mo Tianji and the others, who were the closest to the battle, had the same feeling when they saw the 30 sword moves of the heavenly calamity sword technique being unleashed. At this moment, the sword light formed by the calamity sword was a circle. They formed a complete heaven and earth, a complete world. Inside the circle was the sun, the moon, and the stars. Inside the circle was the heavens and the earth. Inside the circle were mountains, rivers, and seas. Inside the circle were all living beings. The sword light was surrounded by a faint layer of light. However, it was also enveloped by a mysterious purple light, glorious and magnificent. At this moment, the catastrophe sword seemed to have become countless living creatures. It was mixed with the vast chi of the universe, the power of primordial chaos, and the profound chaos. It transformed into a brilliant and mighty galaxy in the sky. Sovereign's descent. Endless chatter. This unstoppable torrent rushed toward the Dharma Supreme without any hesitation. Halfway through the sword, Chu Yang suddenly felt that it wasn't just that. From the pagoda left behind by the purple cloud heavenly emperor, a vast and mighty force rushed out and entered his body through his meridians. It instantly filled up the hole in his dantian and joined the power of the sword move. The sword light whizzed and tore the void apart. Countless space cracks appeared one after another. Its speed was so fast that even the sound of a sonic boom couldn't be heard. Behind Chu Yang, a group of blurry and chaotic shadows began to explode violently. Poof, poof, poof. The power of this sword move was unparalleled in history. Even Chu Yang himself was very clear that he definitely wouldn't be able to use this move a second time in such a short period of time. This sword move was sure to win, sure to kill, sure to die. Chu Yang had this kind of strong confidence in his heart. Even if Shui Lei Han was standing in front of him, this sword move would destroy him easily. Of course, this was just a feeling. However, to be able to make Chu Yang, who had always been steady and cautious, feel this way, the power of this sword move was already imaginable. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed with a strong sense of shock. Then, his expression actually changed and revealed a trace of heartfelt satisfaction. Facing this sword move that could decide his life and death, he was actually so satisfied. The Dharma Supreme was filled with emotions. Boss, today, I have finally seen the final move of the Calamity Sword, and also the strongest move. The demonic fog fluctuated violently and split into two sides like a rolling wave. The sword light had arrived. Chu Yang and his sword seemed to ignore the obstruction of time and space. A moment ago, they were still 500 feet away, but the next moment, they had already abruptly appeared in front of the Dharma Supreme. The sword light exploded. Explosion! The Dharma Supreme laughed loudly. The demonic fog rose and suddenly exploded. The thick fog blocked everyone's line of sight. Chu Yang's sword light heaven and earth rushed in with a whoosh. The strongest forces of both parties collided violently at this moment. It was as if two planets were approaching each other at the speed of a meteor, burning wildly and colliding violently. Then, with a loud boom, a strong explosion occurred. With a crack, the surrounding thousands of feet of space actually turned into a black hole at the same time. It shattered like glass. Streaks of black, snake-shaped space densely appeared in the void. Then, that strong shock wave exploded violently in all directions. Gu Duxing and the rest were too close. When they were hit by the strong shock wave, they all let out a muffled groan. Like a bomb exploding, they were actually blasted far away and pushed out. This peerless expert who had already transcended the heavenly layer was actually unable to withstand this kind of shock wave. The shock wave brought along long cracks in space, rushing out in all directions, towards the sky and towards the ground. At this moment, no one could stop it. On the ground, with this loud boom, Ning Tianya and the rest were all shocked. However, with their long experience in battle, they quickly judged the situation. At the same time, they attacked with all their might, gathering all their strength and casting out many layers of supreme martial artist protection to protect the capital city. At the same time, they gathered all their cultivation and struck back at the violent air currents rushing down from the sky. If the shock wave of this explosion really came crashing down, the only outcome for the capital city would be that not even a blade of grass would be left. The city would be destroyed and everyone would die. With a loud boom, the shock wave of the explosion finally came crashing down from the sky, spreading in all directions. Even with the combined protection and resistance of many peerless experts, the city walls of the capital city still couldn't help but crack. On the ground outside the city, deep cracks continuously appeared. Countless mountains in all directions suddenly flew up from the ground at the same time, and then fell down fiercely. After a strong tremor, they collapsed with a loud boom. Faced with such a shock wave, All the experts who had participated in the defense of the capital city, their originally calm faces instantly turned pale. They all staggered back at the same time, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with shock. Their eyes were filled with horror. What kind of power was this? High up in the sky, Duxing and the rest were rushing over from afar towards that ball of black fog that was even darker than before. Everyone was burning with anxiety. They wondered how Boss was doing now. Amidst the black fog, Chu Yang's face was filled with surprise, but also with some reasonable sympathy. He just looked at the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme's face had a cold smile. He stood upright, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He also stared at Chu Yang without blinking. After a long time, a warm smile appeared in his dark eyes again, and a kind of relief and melancholy of finally being free. In front of his chest, the Calamity Sword continued to flash with a faint purple light. It pierced deeply into his heart. Only a small part of the sword was left outside. On the Dharma Supreme's back, the tip of the Calamity Sword pierced through, shining with a sparkling and translucent light, spotless. Both Chu Yang and the Dharma Supreme could clearly feel that the infinite destructive energy and devouring power of the Calamity Sword, as well as the dragon-like energy of the Sword Gang, were destroying the Dharma Supreme's life force at the fastest speed possible. A bitter smile appeared on both their faces. Chu Yang sighed softly and said, "Diwu Chochong, you are finally free." The Dharma Supreme laughed softly and said indifferently, "If not for my unfulfilled wish, perhaps I would have been free long ago." Just now, both of them had collided with their strongest techniques. At the beginning of the collision, both of them had suffered the impact of the other's strongest force and almost had their bodies and souls shattered. However, after the collision, Chu Yang suddenly realized that there was no resistance in front of the Calamity Sword at all. The Dharma Supreme's power seemed to have been shattered, or perhaps it was because of his own inaction that the Calamity Sword pierced straight into him. At the final point, the Calamity Sword pierced deeply into the Dharma Supreme's heart. After Chu Yang realized it, he immediately retracted the sword with all his might. However, he was already unable to stop the strong inertia from earlier. Sensing that the Calamity Sword had penetrated deep into the Dharma Supreme's body and was enough to cause a fatal injury, Chu Yang wanted to pull the sword out and save him. However, he felt an unusually strong suction force from the Dharma Supreme's body, firmly holding the Calamity Sword in place. He tried to pull the sword out, but he couldn't. Just as Chu Yang was about to try using more force, the Dharma Supreme already looked at him indifferently. Their gazes met. In that instant, Chu Yang already understood the Dharma Supreme's meaning. "Chu Yang, even if I can live for a while longer, what's the point?" The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly and said softly, "Just let the Calamity Sword pierce into my heart. Let me feel the pain for a while longer and feel the Calamity Sword on my body for a while longer." He smiled sadly. "I'll take it as, this is my boss's punishment for me." At this moment, Chu Yang's emotions were also extremely complicated. After thinking about it for a while, he finally said, "All right," and gave up on pulling the sword out. The Dharma Supreme looked at the Calamity Sword in his heart longingly, but a warm smile appeared on his face. At this moment, that cruel and brutal Dharma Supreme had finally disappeared without a trace. All that was left was that open-minded and serene wise man of the past, Diwu Chochong. Chapter 1698. Raising his head and looking at Chu Yang's complicated gaze, the Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly. "There's no need to doubt it. Even if I were to fight you to the death, the result would probably be the same. Because the true power of this move of yours has already surpassed the power of heaven and earth. I would definitely not be able to withstand it. Therefore, there's no such thing as me letting you win on purpose." Chu Yang nodded silently and said, "I know." Chu Yang could clearly sense that at that moment, The Dharma Supreme was indeed completely suppressed by his sword aura. His life and death were in his hands. This was a subtle feeling of having complete control over the battle and victory. It couldn't be faked at all. Even my boss has never used such a move before. But I can feel that this is the true power of the Calamity Sword, its ultimate power. The Dharma Supreme smiled in relief and said, "In the past, the Sword of Calamity, or at least the Sword of Calamity of the same generation as me, was just a sword so sharp that it could not be blocked. However, the move today has already exceeded its original scope. To be able to see this move, I'm very happy, really happy." The Dharma Supreme smiled warmly. Looking at the Calamity Sword in his chest, he was filled with heartfelt love and endless nostalgia. Yes, before this, I also didn't expect the Calamity Sword to have such a change, Chu Yang said honestly, but I can feel that even the move just now may not be the ultimate move of the Calamity Sword. I believe that the Calamity Sword still has unlimited room for improvement. Indeed, the path of the Calamity Sword is endless. Moreover, every move of the Calamity Sword contains a world. The Dharma Supreme smiled and said, "Although this is just my personal feeling, I believe that this is also extremely close to the truth. In fact, the true power of every move of the Calamity Sword could be much stronger than the so-called strongest move you've used now." He actually winked a little mischievously and actually joked, saying, "You have to know that I'm about to die. And people who are about to die always have very sharp and accurate senses. They can also see some things that living people can't see. But don't ask me what the source is. I only know it but not why." Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "If you had known earlier, could today have been avoided?" "No," the Dharma Supreme said solemnly, "even if I already knew 1,000 years ago. Today's battle is unavoidable." Chu Yang was silent. "Don't be sad for me. I'm very happy now. I was very happy. Do you know what I'm so happy about?" The Dharma Supreme looked into the void. Even though he was about to die, his face was filled with joy. There wasn't the slightest hint of hypocrisy. "What are you happy about?" Chu Yang was indeed rather surprised by the Dharma Supreme's attitude. Regardless of whether the Dharma Supreme was upset, remorseful, angry, or even relieved or indifferent, Chu Yang would not be too surprised. But now, the Dharma Supreme was actually in a state of extreme joy. This attitude was simply too illogical. "I'm so happy that everyone is here to welcome me." The Dharma Supreme chuckled. He pointed at his surroundings with a warm expression on his face. "My father, my mother, my grandfather, all of the comrades that I used to fight alongside in the past, and all of the enemies that I've killed, now that they are all by my side, I know that that world really does exist. It's real." Chu Yang's eyes widened. "Then, did you see?" The Dharma Supreme laughed and said, "It was only then that I realized that in this world, there is no one. There is no such thing as the destruction of one's spirit and eternal damnation. Even if one is completely burned, the last bit of soul imprint will also turn into the purest of life force. Perhaps one won't remember everything that happened during one's lifetime, but it definitely won't disappear completely. It's only forgotten, not completely abandoned. Over there, even Yi Chanshin and the rest are here, looking at me." The Dharma Supreme pointed to the side and smiled. "What I'm really happiest about is that I didn't see my big brother and my 8 brothers." Chu Yang raised his head abruptly. "My friends and enemies are all here, but my big brother and my 8 brothers are not. This means that not only are my 8 brothers not dead, even my big brother is not dead." The Dharma Supreme smiled happily and said, "This is great." Chu Yang frowned slightly. The Dharma Supreme's words were incoherent and completely illogical. Could it be that his mind was in a mess when he was on the brink of death? Or could it be that he was hallucinating and wanted to redeem the biggest regret of his life at the end of his life? The Dharma Supreme keenly saw his misgivings and laughed. "Chu Yang, if it were anyone else at this point, they would already be unable to speak to you. But I'm different. If it were in the Heavenly Imperial Court, under the high pressure of the Heavenly Imperial Court, I might have already disappeared. but this is the heavenly imperial court after all. My cultivation has already exceeded the limits of this plane, so even if I'm supposed to die, my heart and soul can still resist the laws of life and death of this world for a while. Although it's only for a while, just to delay the moment of my dissipation, the Dharma Supreme laughed. I'm really not muddle-headed. I just want you to share my happiness now and my peace of mind. I can really have no regrets. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment and said, I understand. Lastly, I want to ask you for one thing. The Dharma Supreme looked straight at Chu Yang and said, Please promise me. Chu Yang sighed and said, I know, I promise you. He really knew what the Dharma Supreme was asking of him. At this time, Gu Duxing and the rest had already reached the front of the black fog. They rushed in impatiently, but suddenly realized that there was no resistance at all inside. They rushed in immediately. Then, they saw such a strange scene in front of them. Everyone couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, their eyes wide open. No one would have thought that there would be such a situation inside. Only Emo Tianji, who had already reached the calamity sword that was still shining with a mysterious purple light that was stuck in the Dharma Supreme's chest, sighed deeply. The Dharma Supreme looked at everyone calmly and said, Everyone, I was just about to make a request to Swordmaster Chu. Since everyone is here, I'll tell everyone this request together. You are all the people I've asked for, so there's no need to trouble Calamity Swordmaster to relay it. My request is, after you kill your way into the heavenly imperial court, please don't mention the name Diwu Chocheng again. The Dharma Supreme's eyes were filled with bitterness. I'm the Dharma Supreme, the heavenly demon seed. The demon of calamity is the Dharma Supreme. Chu Yang nodded solemnly. No one will mention it again. You can rest assured about this. What you value, we value as well. Emo Tianji pondered and said with some regret, Don't you want to say something else? Yes. The Dharma Supreme nodded heavily. His eyes were filled with the most sincere and even pious look, as if he could kneel down at any time if necessary. He said, In the future, if you meet my big brother, my brothers, if you can help, please help. The Dharma Supreme took in a deep breath and said, Everyone else has their own think tanks and helpers who can come up with ideas and strategies. But my brothers don't. My brothers can only rely on themselves to charge forward and fight. It's too hard on them. Too hard on them. He looked at Emo Tianji sincerely and pleadingly. Emo Tianji, I beg of you, please take care of my brothers. Please. Emo Tianji had always been calm, but at this moment, he felt his eyes heat up inexplicably. He said subconsciously, I promise you. The Dharma Supreme turned to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, as the current master of Calamity Sword, my brothers are mostly straightforward men. Sometimes, they don't think too much when they do things. If they offend you in any way in the future, please be understanding and be as tolerant as possible. He smiled sadly. My brothers have been up there for many years. In terms of strength, I believe that they are far above all of you now. However, I also believe that, in the future, all of you are destined to go much further than them. Because all of you are, after all, the last tribulation, the last legend, the last legend. All of you will be the key figures in the future. So, please, the Dharma Supreme bowed deeply. With his injuries, this was already the most he could do. Everyone returned the bow solemnly. Faced with such a request, the brothers only felt heartfelt warmth and bitterness. For a moment, the disgust and hatred towards the Dharma Supreme for what he had done in the past seemed to be no longer in their hearts. Because, if they were in such a state, this was the only request they could make. According to my initial plan, I would force all of you out for the last strike and only have a final head-on confrontation with Swordmaster Chu. Then, at the most crucial moment, I would let go of all of you and let myself die under the Calamity Sword. The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly. Originally, everything was going smoothly according to my plan. But I never expected that the true power of the Calamity Sword would appear and I would be completely defenseless. There is a limit to a person's scheming. Humans may be able to win against the heavens, but it is not something I can do. Take it that I did something unnecessary. Haha. Diwu Chochang's wisdom was second to none in the entire heavenly layer. Even if Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji had the same level of wisdom, they still lacked the wisdom accumulated over a long period of time. In this final battle of the heavenly layer, the entire battle situation was almost under his control. There were few mistakes. It was only at the last moment that he missed out on an unexpected change, but it was not due to his wisdom. This achievement could really be said to be unprecedented and unprecedented. Everyone grinned. They wanted to go along with him and smile, but they only felt that their hearts were heavy to the point of extreme depression. They could not bring themselves to smile. Even if I die, I can only die under the Calamity Sword. This was originally my final wish. Although it was somewhat different from my original plan, the result is still the same. The Dharma Supreme chuckled and looked at the Calamity Sword in his heart affectionately. He said, "Looking at this sword, I feel so close. Even though this sword is going to take my life, it is still so affectionate." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.